Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
You will bring the jury.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican parade service.
Is that correct?
Oh, for crumb's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Doing terrible at starting on time. I apologize. Had a little bit of a hiccup with YouTube and audio of my own creation. The problem was anyway. I fixed it. It's better now. So doing a lot of audio work for later today, and I think we're in a good place that way. So good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Good to have you all here, especially. It's great to have you here. Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. First in chat this morning. It means the internet is all yours. And you have to fix all the problems going forward. So, good. Oh, good for me anyway, that is. So sorry about that, but you're going to do great. All right. Where to begin? We've got a lot to do. I think we've got a new case to start today. A little bit of catch up to do on that one. We've got some live stuff we have to watch first this morning that wraps up some previous cases we've been following. So we've got some things to do. Let's see. I missed the verdict, but I commented my emoji summary on yesterday's video. Bree, that's awesome. I'll have to look for that. I missed it yet. I didn't see your summary. I will say, remember when there was a time when we used to be able to welcome everyone by name? And I used to be able to say hi and welcome and be like, Regina Crawford, thank you. Fire Girl, Alexis, MC2020, great. Alex, the Dane Mom, Gigi. I used to go through and welcome you all. It was called a roll call. It was wonderful. I loved it. And then I'm like, well, at least I can respond to everybody individually on the burner phone. I now get, I don't know, like 150 different comments a day on the burner phone. And it's all I can do to just try to keep up and read them. Responding is just, I'm struggling. It's great. I love it. I love that you reach out to me. And some of you have great information. Like when I ask you to reach out and say, hey, if you see the verdict, let me know. Boom. Like 50 of them. And like from every different angle. Here's an insider view from the, somebody, I've got a family member in the courtroom told me there's a verdict. So-and-so posted this online. There's a verdict. I get it everywhere. So I do apologize, first and foremost, that I am not responding to everybody individually. I do try to read all the messages and try to keep up, even if it's usually like 3 o'clock in the morning the day later. It's usually when I read your messages, so I apologize. All right. Let's see. Just for reference, I never expect a reply, so please don't feel obligated. I try, though. I mean, I know a lot of people. I mean, I get a lot of things shared with me. Pictures, I love them. I love seeing the pictures. Pets, we get a ton of those sent in. Other songs, people create songs. I get lots of those sent in. I can't play them all. I'm sorry, but thank you. It is so cool. I love the idea of the burner phone. And I love that we have it. I don't know what we would do. The channel wouldn't be the same without it. So, all right. Let's see. Our last live stream, for those that missed it, yesterday afternoon, I left to go vote. And I barely had time to go vote. And I got notified that we had a verdict. I zipped home and we played the verdict live. And we got that out there. So help yourself to that. If you want to go back, it's very, very short. And it starts with the verdict music. So it's wonderful. So you can go back and catch that if you want to watch that, how it happened. It's only like six minutes long. It's really short. Let's see. I'm sorry, Schmoopy. Let's see. Anything else? That was a fast verdict. It was very fast. An hour and 10 minutes deliberation time. Really quick. So we've got that to do today. We also have hello. How are you doing? Oh, Oh, I can't leave the stream up. That would not work for me. That's bad for the channel. For numerous reasons, but I hear you, but I can't do that. You've been warned.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. I thought I'd do the best ever. 10 out of 10. 2 thumbs up. I'm feeling lightheaded. Yes, 6 thumbs up for my kids. It is hump day. We made it halfway through the work week, and what a work week it has been. Congratulations. It's all downhill from here. I apologize to anyone who was wearing headphones. I know we usually lose subscribers on the channel about this time. So to those who left, good riddance. You weren't built for hump day anyway. No, just kidding. I'm sorry. We only do it once a week. It's just a few seconds. Phil, thank you very much. That was wow. Phil, 31 months. And by the way, I got your video. I'm trying to sub to your other channel, by the way. I'm not sure if you knew you secretly given me your channel name. I'm not going to share it because I think that's... But it looks awesome. We need to talk. Let's see. Oh, wow. Things are happening. Alexis MC 2020 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Alexis. Appreciate that. We've also got, let's see. Gail Pet, headphones off for hump day. Yes, that was the warning. Gail Pet, OG. Thank you very much. TYO Toys, you are also an OG. Thank you. Lena H. Says, wow, time flies when you enjoy where you're at, and I sure do enjoy my time here. I do as well. Thank you, Lena. It wouldn't be the same without you here. Greener says, finally, you nailed it. After all these months and months of practice, hump day, we nailed it. We've had many failures. Remember, there was one where I tried to do hump day yell from the parking lot of the hotel during a fire alarm. So I'm literally evacuated from my hotel while on a trip with my family doing the hump day yell in the parking lot where everyone can see me. I had to do it twice. This is probably better than that. There were low points. There were high points. Maybe this was the low point as well. But thank you. Lee the OG says, best hump day I've heard. Thank you. We're not going on tonality. We're just going on sheer length. Jax Cooks, member for 10 months. Woohoo! 10 months. Congratulations, Lee. You're an OG. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lee, for that. Let's see. Anybody else that I missed here as we've got a few membership milestones rolling through? I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I apologize. Let me know in chat, and I'll go back and make sure we get it. All right. First time in chat in a long time. We got to witness one of the best Wednesday openings. Thank you, M. Brindle. Appreciate that. That was the pinnacle of hump day yells. It only goes down from here. I think, Katrina Bunny, you've hit the nail on the head there. Rock and roll, Greeners loves RA. Oh, yes. Greeners is great. We accept pointed and sometimes what apparently appears to be sharp criticism from him and snark because we understand each other so well. All right. Let's see. Birthdays. Let's get that sung too because we have court that's actually starting in about 10 minutes in guess where? Boom, there, Warren County. We're going to be going there in just a second. We're actually already listening in for something to happen. Let's see. As far as birthdays go, I don't. Look good. Thank you, Judge Fleischer, for weighing in on that one. I'm not sure if we have a lot, but I think we have at least one. Let's see if I missed it. If I missed it here, give the mods a second to get this posted up. I know they were talking about it in chat. Maybe I missed it. Did I miss it? Do we have any birthdays? Aha, Josh. Happy birthday to Barb. We're going to sing. Barb has her very own day. This is rare. This is a rare occasion. This is Lena Cymbalnik's mom. 81 years old today. We're going to sing to Barb, and just Barb. which is good enough. But Barb gets a special song. So everyone stand up wherever you are, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. That'll work. That'll do. Here we go. Happy 81st birthday to Barb. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Barb. 81 years old. Happy birthday to you. Barb, there are many wonderful days. But today is your special day, and I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have been with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you, make your day a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. And we get to add a late ad to Kevin. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kevin. Happy birthday to you. Barb and Kevin, you get to share the day. Kevin, you get pancakes as well. All those same things apply to you. Hope you have a fantastic day, both of you. Thank you. Dancers are doing their new choreography I see today, and it looks great. Still with the high kicks. Oh, yeah. Kevin gets the balloons. That's nice. Kevin, hope you like balloons. Don't dance with coffee in your hands. Cass the sass. I'm afraid you have a story to tell now. Alrighty. Oh, yeah. I think we're coming up to the drum solo where we all get to pretend that we are, in fact, professional drummers, and you can join with us in finishing the song with a drum solo. Not yet, though. After this verse. Just grab your air drum sticks, sit down to your air drum set, and go at it like this. We should sell RA branded air drum sets for the holidays. This, I think I would put this in the shopping cart right next to the virtual internet ownership certificate. But the air drum sets are going to be a lot more spendy. It's probably going to a good air drum set probably sets you back $1.50, maybe even $2 even. So maybe we should sell. I don't know. Is that Greeners? That seems like more of a scam. Seems like more of a scam. I think I might take a little bit of heat if I start selling imaginary items. At least this internet ownership certificate has a download available attached, right? It's virtual, but it's you can create something from it. Sell with Jim McIntyre's Spy Kit. Greeners will set it up for you. Oh, Greeners will do all the installations personally. I saw him volunteer for that as well. Josh, don't even start. I'm going to disable that sound. Oh man, let's go sit in court where nothing is happening right now, but things can happen pretty quickly. Let's keep an eye on what's happening here. Let me tell you where we're at, and I have to admit that I had forgotten this case. And the mods had to remind me, and they reminded me, oh, it's this guy. It's the guy who did this. And they reminded me of the facts of the case. And it's just like a distant memory, a foggy memory. Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend. Brandon Reifers was in this.
Hello.
What was he charged with? Was this the aggravated kidnapping?
Hello.
Aggravated assault and theft of a firearm? That was a different one, right?
Hello.
I swear, I cannot remember this case. The guy looks really familiar. I think it was pro se. Okay, we're not. Josh, just gift the memberships already. The hellos are too much.
Hello.
So we're going to get a conclusion to that one. We should have sentencing there. We are going to jump to the Texas v. Uriah Urick trial, which I have been working on all morning to try to improve the audio. It is terrible. But I think it's doable. So I've made some massive improvements there. Morning, thank you for the best 10 months ever. Tony Zamora, thank you very much. I appreciate you, my friend. Often reaches out to ask him what he can do to help the channel. If I ask for somebody to watch or monitor a channel for something, he's the first person to jump up and do that for me. Tony, thank you. I appreciate that, my friend. Josh Hutchins gifted memberships and says, please stop clicking the hello button. Thank you, Josh, for that. We'll just count as 100,000. Congratulations to the recipients.
You look good.
Your ability to listen and ignore at the same time is amazing. My wife would call it otherwise. My wife has other names for it. She's not as impressed. Little stubby. Missed the hump day this morning, but it was worth a rewatch. To rewatch the verdict, it was really good.
I don't know who won.
Let's see.
Hello.
Pickles, not politics, super hard today. I'll tell you, I went out and voted. Hopefully you voted for the liar of your choice. And I went out and voted. I got to vote for 3 offices in my local town council, right? That's all we had going. And my guy won, and the guy I didn't want lost on a different race. And the third lady that I struggle to like, she won again, and she won by a landslide. So I was hoping she would not win, but she did. And so Monday I'm going to be in actually filming all of them because I've agreed. The town called me and said, hey, can you stream our next thing? So I'll be in Monday evening doing a town council live stream, probably on their channel if they can figure it out. Which is funny because they called me yesterday and they said, hey, can you get me a copy of September's meeting? I'm like, we streamed it on Facebook on my channel because you couldn't get your password right.
Happy birthday.
And they said, yeah, can you give us a copy of that for our records? I'm like, Facebook only keeps live streams for 30 days. You didn't ask me for a copy. It's gone. I have nothing. Zero. Zilch. It's history. So, anyway. Next time, remember your password. We'll use your account. You can download it whenever you want. Drama Llama Mama in-law. I did it. 1 year as an addict. Congratulations. Welcome to the gallery. And I love that.
Don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
You got the year mark there. Drama Llama Mama. Appreciate it. All right. Don't even remember what this is about. It's going to come back to us really quickly. Judge Oda, right? Never seen my pug tilt his head from side to side as much as he did during today's hump day scream. I prefer to call it a yell. Well done, Recovery Addict. Thank you, Linda Lou. This is the guy who was on a bad date and law enforcement did not give him a blood test but charged him with DUI nonetheless. Yes, that's it. But the facts are fuzzy other than that. I know he wanted a test. Winter Libby, member for 24 months, hits the 2-year mark, gets the pink courthouse, and says, I'm in my terrible twos. It's just beginning. Winter Libby will monitor your chat accordingly for terrible twos. It's going to take more than the fake license plate to get out of this one. Oh, that was me. Where did that come from? Did I write that? I didn't write that. It's the one with the law enforcement officer who can't hear. Yes. He defended himself for mouthing off to LEO in a DUI case. He was dating a lady, got a little drunk. Her friends called the cops. They tossed him in jail. It's coming back. Yeah, he showed up at the house, and then he drove off, backed up, possibly hit a car, maybe a black one, maybe a white one. I don't remember. Parts of it are coming back now. Okay, I'm remembering slowly. Let's see. I remember that guy, Pro Se guy, who we kind of rooted for. Did we get a verdict yesterday? We did. It was, It's a 6-minute watch if you want to go back and watch it. Otherwise, I can spoil it for you right now if you'd rather. Let's see. It was a bush, a shrubbery, right? It was a shrubbery that he hit. A Monty Python-esque shrubbery. Unlawful stop and all the best. Yeah. It was good stuff. Spoil it, please. Was he guilty? Yes, guilty on both. Very quick verdict. Hour and 10-minute deliberation time. All right. He got off on the more serious counts. He's going to be sentenced on the others. Josh, I don't. It's funny that. He was pro se, and he did a decent job, I think. Great question, Becca. Becca asks about the Maya trial and with the Second District Court of Appeal decision that overturned the entire final judgment. Basically, it took a lot of the parts of the judgment, parts of the case, the elements they were charged with in the trial, and just deleted some of them. Said, nope, that doesn't apply. Those are gone forever. And then it took some other elements and said, these, yeah, we can see there's merit here, which is a good sign for Maya. But the way they were presented overlapped with some of the ones that didn't apply. And so because of that, we're remanding it back to the initial trial, that's Judge Carroll's court, for a retrial, but just on those. So there would have to be another trial with another jury that goes through the evidence again, as if it starts over, right? And if the jury then finds them guilty, it would just be for those charges. And it threw out the liability for Beata taking her life. It threw out big chunks of the case. But in doing that, it also basically said, we at the appellate level have looked at this evidence and looked at the charges, and I think there were 4 elements, or two or four elements of the case that, they've got a case. And that decision may actually cause J. Hatch to want to negotiate and settle, because they don't know where the verdict's going to be on this one. They don't know how high it's going to be, and so it could actually result in the family getting money earlier, but much less than the original $260 million that got knocked down to 216 or something like that. Much less. And if you're working on retainer, if you're working on like a commission, basically, so if it's a no fee unless win, lawyers don't get paid. So that's where it's at. Anyway, so that's crazy. It's a terrible situation for a lot of people. A lot of people really were counting on that decision being to stand, and it didn't. All right, and it's just unfortunate timing as well that juror number 1 passed within about a week of that decision being overturned. He had some health concerns, was in the hospital, and passed away with his wife at his side, and so our hearts go out to them. All right, still nothing in court. It's supposed to start 4 minutes ago. Are we sure we're in courtroom 4, Josh? Could it be one of the others? I'm supposed to be in 3. You said courtroom 4. Is it over? Did we just miss it? I'm in 3 now. No, he's sitting in the back. Did we miss it? Hang on. There he is. So, yeah, we didn't miss it. It was perfect timing. It's a good thing I asked, Josh. Let me just, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just going to scroll back a little bit and see the text message you sent me to see what I was told. Not questioning you, Josh. I'm just, let's see. I think I took a screenshot of it, so. A lot of chat. Mod chat is a busy place. Josh finds it first and says, "Okay, maybe I was wrong." First one is at 9:30. Out of courtroom 4. This takes place, and then the other is Jerry Abney, who is taking a plea on the rest of his charges, and this takes place in courtroom 3 at 2:30. Yeah, something got transposed. Josh is grounded, but we're good. We're good. We did not miss it. So let's. Defendant can't pass the bar until he's invited up, till the case is called. He's not a lawyer, so you can't just walk up there. This is the bad date gone wrong. Yes, it was. Josh is allowed to be wrong. He is. We love Josh. Josh does incredible work for us as well. And for this being like his first mistake ever, we've got to give him a little bit of leeway. Although this is going on the worst of 2025, Josh, for you. Because it's basically well, it's not your worst failure. I think there was a court case you brought us that you apologized for sincerely afterwards. What was it? The ice fishing trial? No. What I'm wrong and catch so much. Red Pen, you're not allowed to be wrong because you're like the English teacher. You grade other people. You are the rubric. Yeah. Honestly, though, I cannot say enough good things about the moderators we have on this channel. They are amazing. They work together so well. The way they divide up and conquer, the way they coordinate, and they're incredibly understanding. A lot of them have worked through trials that personally were just not for them, but sort of took one for the team, and they work 24/7. This is not a joke. I mean, last night I'm laying in bed. And I'm getting notifications about moderator stuff that's going on. Hey, this coming up, that coming up, from Josh. Just heads up for tomorrow. This morning I'm working out, and while I'm working out, I'm getting notifications saying, hey, this is going on here, and this is where I'm going to be. They're absolutely incredible that way, and I cannot thank them enough. I'm still toying with the idea of creating a coin, and possibly 2 coins, one for moderators that is unique just for moderators for the channel as a thank you. And this would be like a 2-inch challenge coin. I think I've showed you some of the challenge coins, right, that we have, right? So it would be one of these big metal coins, and as a thank you and something they can just show off. It's a token. But there's no way there's no way I could do this without them. So I'm looking for that, and I'm also looking at a coin that would be cool for people who have watched the channel, possibly like that commemorates membership milestones or something like that, that you could purchase for a reasonable price as merchandise, and display if you wanted. You can give them bonus points. I can, or travel credits, Greeners. While we're at that, you can give out travel credits. Festivus is coming quickly. We are collecting a list of the best of and the worst of for Festivus, which we celebrate here poorly. We celebrate it poorly. But the idea is we're going to have a Festivus stream where we can go back and look at some of the highlights and the lowlights of the year. If you missed something that was just awesome and you want to watch it again with all of us, that would be the time to do it. So get your submissions in now. Don't want to try for a coin. I need a little bit of help, hopefully from a designer who is familiar with designing coins with relief on them. I want the coin to be awesome. I have a lifetime pass for Putt Putt. Is that a token coin? That's pretty lifetime pass. You're that good, or they just think you need that much practice. I'm in the latter category. If nobody have grievances against me, please, I would appreciate it. Well, Josh, I think we can edit out anything that's personal of that nature. The coins, with the channel being called Recovery Addict, we do sort of because we celebrate sobriety for so many people who are on that path to sobriety for whatever the addiction is. I would sort of like to sort of echo or have an element similar to a sobriety challenge coin, but at the same time it would be more membership, just how long you've been here. So a couple options that would be really cool. Hole in one on the last hole. What's the recap of what we're watching? That I can't give you very well, Sunshine Sarah, because this, I only have pieces of it in my memory. But this should be the sentencing for this defendant, pro se defendant. Bad date gone wrong, and he's got a lady friend with him. Bad date gone wrong, too drunk, pulled over, not given the test that he wanted, and he went pro se. So it was a fun little trial. I've seen a couple of you sent these different pages that have them. I'm trying to find one that has good pricing and good design as well, and I also am very indecisive on my design, so that's the problem. Let's see. Did he say he was engaged to someone during the trial? Ooh, fiance. Maybe while the judge is here, he could just make it official right here in court before a sentence is pronounced. Have a challenge coin from Siegfried and Roy, as well as from Broward Sheriff's Office. What was the? Can I ask? Did he do something for the show, or were you on the show or something? Were you like, did one of the tigers eat you? I have a couple Sheriff's Office ones. I've got Canine Karma. That's a nice one. It's Matthews County Sheriff's Office. And then we've got the September 11th Memorial from Davis County Sheriff's Office. But the goal is to get one of those coins made and available for you guys. So I have a couple goals. What are we watching? We're waiting for court to start. It was supposed to start at 9:30. It's 9:44 right now. And this should be sentencing. Been waiting forever for this one. Yeah, it's taken a while. Autobody Gal, I've been looking into a little, I guess you call them a lottery miner like that, a lot. And I did like, I've never seen one so cheap. I was actually willing to go a little bit higher on mine, price-wise, just to increase the odds, just so there's, you're saying there's a chance. But I don't want to have it be too expensive power-wise. So, yes, I did look at it. I just haven't done anything with it. I was just busy yesterday. Did he get zapped by the stun gun? Was he the guy that got... Did he get tased? Let's see. You have one from Hazen, Arkansas. There's the judge.
This is the case of the state of Ohio versus Brandon Reefers, case number 24, CR 42165. Present before the court is Mr. Reefers, right?
Mr. Reefers, Your Honor. Brandon Reefers, appearing pro se, generally, not for the record, Your Honor, appearing generally. Sorry, appearing specially,
okay.
Not generally, for the record.
All right, and we have Mr. Elter as standby counsel. We have Ms. Hyatt from the prosecutor's office and Officer Torek from probation. We are here today for sentencing. Mr. Reefers, did you have a chance to look at the PSI?
I'm sorry, sir?
Did you have a chance to look at the PSI?
I don't know what that is, Your Honor.
It's your pre-sentence investigation.
You know, I didn't think about this until just now because usually it doesn't come up. Mr. Elter, did you have a chance to look at the pre-sentence investigation?
I spoke with probation regarding that, Your Honor. He gave some of the recommendations that he was thinking of.
Okay. Where is it?
Let's read it together, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Reefers, we're going to let you read the PSI and then let Ms. Kuroko know when you're ready. I apologize that we should have gotten you that in advance. You're not allowed to retain a copy of it, but you can read it. Other than that, the housekeeping matters, we have 1 day of jail time credit, and we have this is a mandatory community control case, right? We're all in agreement?
Yes.
And state opposition on the return of the firearms.
Your Honor, I'm assuming the defendant's going to be sentenced to community control, in which case he's not allowed to own or have access to firearms while he's on community control. So we would object to that until at least his community control until it's been terminated.
Is that a standard rule of probation, or is that?
Yes, Your Honor, it is a standard rule that clients under supervision are not permitted to own, purchase, possess, or use firearms, deadly weapons, ammunition, or dangerous ordnance.
All right. Mr. Reefers, do you want to go ahead and talk about the return of the firearms now, or?
I was going over the pre-sentence investigation.
Let's just take a break and let him go over the PSI.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just let Ms. Kuroko know when you're ready. All right, we'll take a break. Sorry about
Judge recognizes that both sides ought to be able to go over the PSI, and with a pro se defendant, he doesn't have access to it. So now his elbow counsel, his standby lawyer, his friend who's helping him, is going to walk him through the PSI and see what the recommendations are. This is the pre-sentence investigation that looks at everything, his past, the seriousness of the charges, all that, and put together a recommendation for what the sentence should be or what the punishment should be. And the judge almost seemed inclined to give him his firearms back until, the elbow counsel for the defendant says, actually, Judge, no, they're not allowed to have them. So it looks like I would predict that with community corrections, we're basically talking about parole and a period of some period of monitoring or probation, where if he is successful in completing the probation, which might include some sort of classes, some sort of community service, just a period of reporting, just to make sure, drug testing, things like that. If he completes that successfully, I'd anticipate that he would get his firearms back. But the period, how long that's going to be, I do not know. There is also possible that there could be jail time here. We know that just as a minimum, there's going to be some parole. Let's see, Uriah Ranger coin. If you're interested in creating a custom-made coin, it would be an honor. Service disabled veterans, small. Let's see. Ranger coin? Is that a company name or? Ranger Industries? Is that? I see it. I see you. I found you. The deal with the coins, though, the challenge I have, see what I did there, is you cannot have them print on demand. Coins are made typically with a die, and there's the die fees. So you design a coin with a die, and then you then have them produced in a batch, and you order per batch. So I have to make sure that I can produce enough of them that it makes it cost effective, but not so many of them that I will have cases of coins in my house that I can never get rid of. People pressing the charges couldn't get their stories straight. I did think I remember that. Got a couple officers that seemed to answer differently. You would need to do a pre-order type thing, unlimited edition. I think I could do it without doing a pre-order. It would just I don't know. I have to see how many we go with. I'd love it if there was one coin and we could do like a mark on it that has a stamp for the time period, so you can get a coin that shows how long you've tracked. If you want to have one that shows each of the benchmarks, or just your current one. The Ranger coin looks pretty good. They've got some great quality. Like in the website. Cool stuff. All right. You can use it as an alibi. I don't know why not. You had 50 pounds of candy. Candy's gone. Well, not all of it. I ended up buying almost 15 pounds of candy after Halloween was over for my family, and I have not had a single piece of it. I have not ate a bit of it. So. Purchased a coin from Sheriff Taylor, who was often on Patrol Live. He did a pre-order. Oh, cool. Josh says, I'll just take some Stevens hot cocoa. It's good stuff. It's the season, too. I'm not sure if... I have talked about how wonderful this is before, but Stevens hot cocoa, I don't know what they do. I'm not sure if there's like cocaine in it or what. They're probably... Don't sue me. I know there's not cocaine in it, but it is good stuff. It's I would say addictive, and my wife actually discovered it first, and I then discovered her hot chocolate and steal it. So there's a link to the Stevens hot cocoa, and it is delicious. That's Amazon. Now I would recommend don't buy it from Amazon. Just look at it on Amazon, so you know. Just look at it on Amazon so you know what it looks like, and then find it at your store, because it's cheaper to buy it at your store than it is to get it on Amazon. Just shipping for that has to be worked into the price.
All right, we're back on the record in Mr. Reefer's case.
And that should be maybe $6 instead of...
Has everybody had the opportunity to review the PSI?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any corrections, issues, anything additional from the PSI?
There's a few things in there that I don't necessarily agree with, but just for skimming purposes, it's fine in their report.
Okay.
What don't you agree with?
All right, we have 1 day of jail time credit. We started to talk about the firearms. Mr. Reefers, what about that?
Your Honor, I think my paperwork kind of stands for itself. I would like the firearms to be returned. I have a statement, if it may, whenever the time's allotted.
I mean, we have two separate issues. We have the issue of the ownership of the firearms. You are entitled to the return of your firearms. So I'm going to grant the motion for you to return, for the firearms to be returned to you. We have a secondary issue as to whether or not you were allowed to have those firearms while you're on probation. We'll talk about that separate issue in a minute. All right, as a preliminary matter, we have the renewal of the motions to dismiss, the motion for acquittal. Court's already ruled on those, but I am going to deny the renewal of the motion to dismiss and the renewed motion for acquittal. Ms. Hyatt, on behalf of the state.
Your Honor, my understanding, I believe the recommendation, I mean, it is mandatory community control. You're talking about sentencing now, I'm assuming? Okay. We are asking, I believe the recommendation is community service, and as well as we're asking for corrective thinking. I'm trying to think of something that would maybe be beneficial for the defendant. But on the more punitive side, we are asking for some local time. He only has 1 day of jail time credit. So we're asking for at least 60 days local to be served. I don't know if he has a job. I don't know if you want to grant work release, but I just feel like some incarceration based on what his actions were that evening that the jury found him guilty of warrant that.
Officer Tork, anything from probation?
Nothing further.
Mr. Reefers?
Is now the time to make a statement, Your Honor?
Now's the time.
All right, Your Honor. This case began with one simple question. What are you stopping me for? I asked that calmly and never received an answer. From that moment forward, everything that followed spiraled because that one question was never answered. The record shows clearly, at 3 minutes and 2 seconds into the traffic stop, I stepped out of my vehicle and shut the door. By 3 minutes and 8 seconds, the deputy grabs my right arm. By 3 minutes 12 seconds, he radios one resisting. By 3:14, by his own sworn testimony, that's when he considered me under arrest. In those 12 seconds, I was never told the reason for the stop, never advised I was detained, and never told what was being investigated. The prosecution even asked the deputy on the stand, did you tell him what the reason for the stop was before you cuffed him? He answered no. Even afterwards, when I asked, what did I obstruct? He said I prolonged his investigation. When I asked, did you tell me what you were investigating? He admitted, not at that moment, no. That's not lawful procedure. From there, I was tased twice. Then while standing, facing away with my hands up, he struck me with his ass baton. After I was cuffed, Deputy Simpson took my state trooper badge and credentials and booked them in as evidence of guilt. What did that prove? That I know the law, that I served honorably? That act alone shows exactly how this case has been handled, by punishing knowledge instead of respecting it. At the jail, I requested a chemical test on camera, and the deputy refused. That denial is now part of the record. The jail intake video and audit logs from 1:30 to 4 a.m., which would verify that very request, are still missing. Civil counsel tried to quash the subpoenas, and this court denied that motion on September 8th. Yet those materials still haven't been produced. The record remains incomplete. In the crash report that supposedly justified the stop, there's no photos. One witness said white vehicle, another said black. The reporting deputy simply chose one color with no supporting evidence. No citation was ever issued. Even my address and driver's license number are wrong. That report isn't proof. It's an error sheet. So, Your Honor, I ask plainly, how can anyone be sentenced on a record this incomplete? Built on missing footage, contradictory witness accounts, and deputy's own admission that he never gave a lawful reason for the stop. I have met every obligation placed upon me. I have stood here in good faith, followed every order of this court, and done so with respect. All I ask in return is the same. Renew the motion, dismiss the case, or order a new trial, because this isn't about delay or defiance. It's about accountability. It's about an officer who abused his authority, answered a lawful question with force, and a citizen still standing before this court believing it will do what is right. May God's will be done. Thank you, Your Honor.
So here's the thing, Mr. Reefers, your entire presentation is based on a flawed premise. And that flawed premise is that if you're pulled over by a police officer he or she has to answer your question about why it is that you were stopped. That is not the law. It is not the law in the state of Ohio. It is not the law in the United States of America. The Terry v. Ohio, which is the quintessential case that involves investigatory stops, says you don't have to tell a person why they have been detained. That's the whole basis of an investigatory stop. I think that you know this, Mr. Reefers. I don't know, but I think that you do. In Ohio, case law is a little more nuanced, but it's still clear. Your question, why did you stop me, does not demand an answer. And your behavior following your not getting an answer was terrible. And first of all, with regard to the record being incomplete, this is the most complete record I have ever had in a criminal trial in the 20 years that I have been a judge. There is no stone that has been unturned in this case. There is no document that is out there that you have not had access to. Every piece of footage that we could find, some stuff wasn't saved, but also I would note that the jury agreed with you, Mr. Reefers, that the fact that you weren't given a chemical test or that you demanded one, all of the intoxication elements of this case were not considered by the jury, that you weren't found guilty of those. Everything that the jury found you guilty on is evident on that video, and your behavior should have been different. And I don't know whether or not you would have put up with the nonsense that you received when you were a law enforcement officer, and you just don't have the right to demand those sorts of explanations. And this is about your behavior, Mr. Reefers. You needed to be tased. You needed to be restrained because you were out of control. And it is apparent to me, having watched that video a couple of times, that you are the one that escalated this, not the deputy. And had you done the things that you were supposed to do, which is remain compliant and remain safe, none of this would have happened. You wouldn't have been found guilty of the obstruction. You wouldn't have been found guilty of the resisting. And this is on you. It is a mandatory community control case, so I am going to place you into my community control program. I'm going to do that on non-reporting probation for a period of 1 year. Because I don't think that I need to put that much work into you, Mr. Reefers. I think that you have generally had a law-abiding life, and I expect that to continue. I know that there was some discussion that you might go to Kentucky. You and Officer Torok need to have a discussion about that, because we have to transfer your supervision, even if it's non-reporting probation, to a different state. They don't have to honor our parts of the supervision. So I can put you on non-reporting probation, and I don't know a lot about ICOTS, but I do know this part. I could transfer your supervision down to Kentucky. They're going to make the decisions. They could make you report every week. They could make you drug tests. I don't have the ability to tell them how to supervise you. Usually it happens in reverse, that we send them a case and say, hey, this person needs more supervision. And they're like, no, we don't care about your Ohio case. But that's something that you need to discuss with Officer Torok if you're going to relocate outside the state of Ohio. If you're going to remain in the state of Ohio, then that's going to be your supervision requirement. In terms of special rules of probation or standard rules of probation, I want probation rule number 1, that you're going to obey the law. Probation rule number 2, that you're going to keep your officer informed about your residence. Number 3, that you are not to leave the state of Ohio without the permission of your officer. Number 5, that you are to obey all lawful orders given to you by your probation officer. And 8, that you are to report your arrest. The rest of the standard rules of probation, I don't want him on, because I don't want to put a lot of work into Mr. Reefers. It is a special term of your probation, Mr. Reefers, that you serve a term of jail of 90 days. I'm going to give you credit for the 1 day that you have already done. Ooh. That means that you still owe me 89 days of jail. I will make you eligible for the litter pickup program, so if you want to go pick up trash on the crew, you can do that. You get credit against your jail days. You get an additional day of credit for every day that you pick up litter. So over the course of the 90 days, if you go out on the litter crew 20 days, you're going to get out 20 days sooner. I'm not going to impose a fine. I am going to impose the costs upon you. And we have the issue, there is no restitution, right? He owes a ton of money to community corrections for the monitor, but that's just one of those things. It's not a term of your probation that you are not to have firearms in your house. So as far as I'm concerned, when you are released from jail, you can go pick up your firearms, and I'll do an order that says that you can get them.
Wow.
So we have a couple of issues. Well, first of all, if you violate the terms of your supervision or you leave the state without permission, I can sentence you to up to the maximum penalty in this case, which is 12 months in prison, plus an optional period of post-release control of up to 2 years. That means if you violate and if I send you to prison, the adult parole authority can, but is not required to supervise you for up to 2 years after your release. If they impose that supervision and you violate the terms, you can be returned to prison for up to 1/2 of my original sentence. Or if you violate by committing a new felony, then you can be returned to prison for up to 1 year, or the amount of time you have left on post-release control. It's automatically whichever of those is the longer period, and it's automatically consecutive to the sentence that you would receive for the new felony. You do have the right to appeal this to the 12th District Court of Appeals in Middletown. If you don't have the funds to hire a lawyer, to obtain a transcript, or to pay the costs, those will all be provided to you at no charge. One of the things that you talked about in your filings, Mr. Reefers, was the fact that you are indigent. There's different tests for being indigent, and you sort of represented to me, I've never made a finding that you were indigent in this case because you were represented by Mr. Adams, who was retained counsel. When I appoint a standby counsel, I don't care whether you're indigent or not because it's not based on your inability to pay. But I assume that you're going to exercise your right to appeal. Am I right in that assumption?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to be appointed an attorney for the purposes of your appeal?
Yes, Your Honor. I requested to have the court appoint an appellate counsel on this.
Okay. This is not a standby. This is you wanting to be represented by an attorney for the appeal, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you working? Do you have a job? What's?
No, Your Honor. This has been my job doing this, and that's the part that I guess I'm not clear on. You said the record is accurate, but I don't have returned subpoenas yet. In the crash report, with all the errors that it has, I don't have a complete record. I don't even have the original request that Paul Sarver read from the stand from November 24th, 25th area that the court said would provide me a copy of that. I haven't been provided any of that yet.
All right. Ms. Carrillo is going to give you the affidavit of indigency, which the black box one. Yes, that one. So that you can fill that out. And Mr. Elter, I think, is it okay? Would you be kind enough to go ahead and file the notice of appeal?
Sure.
That way, Mr. Reefers, you have 30 days from the date of the judgment entry of sentence to file an appeal as a matter of right. That judgment entry of sentence is going to be filed today. I don't want there to be any issues with the notice of appeal getting filed. So Mr. Elter is going to file that notice of appeal for you. He's not going to be your lawyer for the purposes of the appeal, although I guess he could. I don't know if you do that sort of work or want to be appointed. That's sort of a secondary issue.
I've done appeals, Your Honor.
Do you want to be appointed for the purposes of the appeal? Because you're the standby counsel, there's no ineffective assistance of counsel argument that can be made. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Why don't you talk to Ms. Idle, because I don't even think we do the appointment of that. So talk to Ms. Idle and she'll see.
I'll talk to Mr. Reefers and then talk to Ms. Idle.
Mr. Reefers, do you have a position in that?
I'm actually curious on the transcripts, because the record itself is what contains the officer's statements where he testified he didn't give me any lawful reason of what he was doing or detaining me before force was used. That's the whole premise of the stop. I simply asked what was going on, and that's when he
wants to litigate.
All right, so as part of the transcript, once you are found to be indigent, which is going to happen today, and once the notice of appeal is filed, which is going to happen in the next couple of days. You'll get a free copy of the transcripts. Then Ms. Kilgore is going to start working on the transcript, and then you'll get a copy of the complete transcript of the proceedings. The other stuff we've already covered ad nauseum. I'm not going to go into that again. But
will that be all transcripts?
yes, she will prepare a transcript of all of the pretrial hearings and all of the trial.
It may take longer than your sentence.
All right, I am going to remand you to the custody of the county sheriff, and good luck to you, Mr. Reavers.
I think the reason it went that way was a couple things. First of all, the judge, he gave a clue at the very beginning. He said, you know, that's not the law. It's not the law in Ohio. It's not the law in the United States. And I think you know that. Being an officer, being a retired law enforcement officer. And he's going to give all his stuff to her and get cuffed, and out he goes. So he's going to jail. He's got 89 days to serve. If he picks up some trash for each day he goes out on the litter crew, he's going to get 1 day knocked off his sentence, and that's it. But because the judge says, I think you knew, and because he came and doubled down and wanted to relitigate, like he was not accepting it. He does not. There was no remorse. There was no acknowledgement of anything that he did wrong. The judge said, we're going to go with a minimal sentence. He could have gone with 2 years in jail, 2 years in prison for this. But instead, he gives him, some time, because he needs to learn that what he's being sentenced for is not for the officer's mistakes. It's for what he did wrong in this case. So there we go. Had he come in with his hat in hand, figuratively speaking, and said, look, I let this get out of control. I drank too much. I lost, I let it get the better of me. It let it affect my reasoning. I became belligerent. I should have been more respectful as an officer. I've got experience knowing that, when people are respectful, when they're not, I should have been more respectful because of my knowledge. And I think he could have got out of here with just probation, with not another day in trial, without another day in court. But with him going in trying to relitigate everything and attacking the system and in effect sort of attacking the judge and the court, nope. He's going to get some time. And he gets a little bit. I don't think the transcript will be ready before his time is done. It will take 60, 90 days to get the transcript ready. The court clerk has lots of other things to work on as well. And all the pretrial and everything else, it's going to take some time. He's going to be appealing post facto. Anyway, that is the first one we wanted to watch. Now we are going to, I think, let's see, we've got an afternoon thing going on. Let me get this over there. Don't need the timer anymore. I think we need... I'm assembling pieces of art for an implementation with a coin design, and I have to get this bottom part, the color courthouse. I think we'd have the color courthouses represented on there somewhere. Anyway, where are we at? We're right here. All right. Just give it up and do your time. Yeah, that's what he needs to do. Pick up the trash, too. Instead of sitting in there and just being angry and being like, grr, the judge did him a huge favor. Said, hey, you get your firearms back and you can keep them while you're on probation. That's massive. Most people don't get that. I think the judge did that because he is a former police officer, and generally former police officers have a heightened need to ensure self-protection after they retire, because there are a lot of people that don't like them, right? Think of all the people they arrested. So that was a big favor from the judge. Just count that as a lesson. You get to keep your firearms. It's a little mark on the misdemeanor category for you on your history, but just do your time and go on. Wait, what are we talking about? About what, Amber? Thanks for joining us. Good to have you here, Amber. Good morning. We're gonna jump down to jump down to this one. What's that? Nope, that's the wrong one. Let's turn that one off because it's buzzing. Start this one. This sounds terrible. I'm going to jump over here.
In the name and by authority of the state of Texas.
New trial.
The grand jurors for the county of Galveston, state aforesaid, duly organized as such the January term AD 2025, upon their oaths in said court present that Uriah Lee Urick Jr., on or about the 6th day of February 2025, and anterior to the presentment of this indictment, in the county of Galveston, the state of Texas, did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Tammy King, by shooting her with a firearm, and the defendant was then and there in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offensive robbery of Tammy King against the peace and dignity of the state and signed by the foreperson of the grand jury.
And to this charge, having plead guilty or not guilty, your plea of not guilty will be returned into the minutes of the record. Thank you. I didn't have a seat.
Mr.
Each side
Urick.
is 15 minutes. You may proceed.
Thank you.
15-minute open. There's the prosecution.
We all remember our first Young Love. Young Love is supposed to be new. It's supposed to be exciting and fun, filled with butterflies and first dates. And a lot of us experience that in high school, when there's a lot of things going on, things are changing, and it's supposed to be a fun, exciting time. But sometimes it turns into something darker. And it turns into something darker when somebody is going down a path and takes the other person with them. That is what happened with Uriah Lee Urick and his girlfriend, Tara King. Both of them were high school students for Dickinson, and ultimately they started talking, they started dating, and as many teenagers, they fall head over heels in love and begin a relationship. Both of them were described as kind of artsy, quiet, a little bit more kept to themselves. People who talk about Tara would tell you that she was shy, but if you talked to her, she was really friendly, and she would tell you about anything. But what they would also tell you is as she starts dating Uriah, they notice that he becomes possessive, that he's pulling her away from her friends. He's isolating her. He's speaking for her. She's getting quieter and quieter until the only person she speaks to is Uriah. Now, Tara has been raised by her grandmother, Tammy, and they live in a house in Baycliff. And Tara has lived with Tammy since she was about 2 years old. Tammy, in fact, adopted her. Now,
that sounds terrible. Let's see if we can fix this.
how they needed to get rid of Tammy. See, Tammy had some of Tara's inheritance that was waiting for her when she turned 18. It was about $10,000 in cash. Tammy also had some family jewelry. And Tammy also was in possession of hundreds of firearms. While that may strike you as odd, it's because Tammy's late husband had owned a gun store. And when he passed and the store shut down, all of the gun product came to Tammy's house. And it was in safes and tubs and put away for the most part. But they were very expensive guns.
Firearms in tubs?
And you will see through the Instagram messages between Tara and Uriah that they knew that all of that could buy them a new life. That they could run away together. That they could live there happily ever after with that $10,000 and those guns and that jewelry. But Tammy was in the way. And you will see that as time went on, Uriah got more and more adamant about needing to get rid of Tammy. You'll see in his messages him saying, "Please let me kill her. Let me do it today. Can I shoot her tomorrow?" You then will see Tara back and forth with him. "I don't know. He says I won't do it without your permission. Yeah, we need to get rid of her. This is the start of our happily ever after." All the way up to that night, Tuesday night, they send out the message to each other, We ride at dawn. Their plan was set. They spent the remainder of that night planning, getting their stuff together, getting high. And in the morning hours of February 5th, Tammy is texting Terry Ayden, and she is frustrated because Tara slept in again and Tara's not going to school. So now we have another point of contention. And it is the perfect excuse for Uriah and Tara to execute their plan. Ultimately, Tammy is laying in her bed. She's been texting Terry, and Uriah walks in. And you will find from the Instagram messages he discusses that he actually tried to shoot her with a .22 first, but it jammed. So that didn't make him stop and second guess. We grabbed another gun. He grabbed an AR 5.56, and he stood behind Tammy, and he shot her in the head, and he left her there to die. Now that's where we get to her death. But they weren't done. Remember, they wanted this $10,000 and these guns and this jewelry. You will also see through their phones and their social media that they had already located the codes for the safe, the passwords. You will then see through their phone messages, through their images, that they then proceeded to open up these gun safes. They took the $10,000. They took the jewelry. They went through Tammy's purse, stole all of her credit and debit cards, her Cash App card. They loaded up with guns. They stole her phone. And they began massively asking their friends on social media for a ride. You'll see that they started sending out $500 for anyone to take us to Illinois, $1,000 for anyone to take us to Wyoming, and incessantly calling their friends, we need a ride, we'll sell you guns, we'll give you money, we need a ride. The first person that answers them is Nathan Anderson, who you will hear from, who was going to give them a ride, but ultimately his mom saw that he wasn't where he was supposed to be and made him come on home. So he helped them get in touch with his friend Rita Bojo. You will also hear from how he pulled up to that house. They made him stay on the phone until he got there. They made him back in the driveway, not look, see what they were doing, while they loaded up the trunk, and they got in the car. Ultimately, Roberto took them to another friend, Christian, in Pearland, who worked at Energy Metals. Christian then took them to his house, his apartment in League City, where they stayed for the next 2.5 days. They offered Christian to pay him in guns. They were like, I don't know about that, just give me $300 a night. So they did. You'll hear from Christian that over those 2 days that they were there, they first went to Walmart, where they proceeded to buy hair dye and scissors and tried to change their appearance. Uriah shaved, they both cut their hair and tried to dye it different colors. You will then hear from Christian how they started getting more and more paranoid. That Thursday, they heard a knocking and they believed cops were there. So they demanded that Christian come home and check. By Friday, they're getting more and more paranoid. Christian, you really need to come home. While this is happening, Terry has realized he's not heard from Tammy. He's asking her, is something wrong? Are you mad at me? And he's getting a couple answers back, but they don't really sound normal. Yeah, just a long day. And ultimately, then his messages stop going through. They change color. He says, have you blocked me? What's wrong? Concerned, Terry calls 911 and goes to Tammy's house, where something he feels is clearly amiss. Because the police have to have aggravating circumstances in order to enter your home, all they had was a girlfriend not answering a boyfriend's text for a day and a half. So the sheriff's office said, we don't have ability to enter. Terry said, well, I'm going to call Chris, Tammy's son, and I'm going to enter. I'm going to make sure she's okay. You will see through Deputy Couch's body cam that ultimately Terry enters that home. And you will watch as Terry walks inside. And he notices something doesn't smell right. And then you will see as Terry walks out of the house, sobbing and devastated, saying you need to get in there. What police find when they walk inside is Tammy is lying on that bed where Uriah and Tara had left her. But they had taken sheets and laundry and piled it up all over her body so you could hardly see her. You'll hear from Terry that they moved a washer behind the back door to block the door from being opened. They locked Tammy's bedroom from the inside. They blocked the window with a mattress. They locked the front door. They did everything they could to try and hide it. At this point, an investigation begins, and the sheriff's office puts out a press release on that Friday. Terry and Uriah immediately see it, and they are in full-scale panic. At this point, they contact someone named Travis Hodges. You're going to hear from Travis this week. Travis ultimately got charged in this case, too, with hindering apprehension of a known felon, as well as unlawful possession of firearm by a felon and manufacture and delivery of a controlled substance. He has entered a plea agreement with the state to testify. That is, he is going to go to prison for 10 years in exchange for his testimony.
10 years for testimony, wow.
Travis is going to tell you that they reached out to him, and they made the decision to go to Laredo instead of Wyoming or Illinois. So the border is going to be their best shot. So you're going to see evidence not just from Terry, or from Travis, I apologize, but also from his car GPS records that they drove from Lake City to Laredo on Friday night into Saturday morning. You'll also hear from an officer of the Freer Police Department that he actually pulled them over on that drive, and you'll be able to see that body cam. You will hear then that once they got to Laredo, they slept in the woods that night. On Saturday, they got a motel room at Motel 6. And at this point, people had started calling in based on that press release. Because of this, the Galveston County Sheriff's Office was able to partner with the U.S. Marshals and DPS on zeroing in on them in Laredo. On that Sunday morning, the 9th, they were checking out of the Motel 6, walked across the street to Dollar General, and were ultimately apprehended by Texas DPS. What you will hear later is when they got back to Galveston, a few days later, the Galveston County Sheriff's Office pulled over Travis Hodge because they learned at this point that he'd driven them. When they pull over Travis Hodge, you will hear from him that he said, "You're going to want to take these keys with you. That's where the murder weapon is." See, like I stated, Travis was a prior felon, unlawful possession of firearm by a felon. So he said, I can't keep these guns with me. Uriah had given him 2 firearms, and Uriah had told him, "There's a body on one of these."
2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Travis took those firearms, went back and forth on what to do with them, and ultimately purchased a storage unit and put all of those items inside the storage unit. Travis then cooperated with Galveston County Sheriff's Office and gave consent to go in that storage unit where they collected those firearms. What you will also learn in this trial is that all of those firearms got sent off to Texas DPS Crime Lab. What I expect you to hear from Texas DPS is that the shell casing found under Tammy King's bed and the projectile found inside Tammy King's body both come back to that AR-556 that was given to Travis Hodge by Uriah and found in that storage unit. At the end of the day, Tara and Uriah could not wait any longer for the money, for the jewels, for the guns, and to be together. And what could have been just waiting a little longer to be teenagers in love turned into capital murder. At the end of this week, we will ask you that on behalf of Tammy King, who was robbed and killed, to find Mr. Urick guilty of capital murder. Thank you.
Wow, 15 minutes, some of the
Mr. Ayden,
case.
you got 15 minutes.
Judge, I'd like to reserve.
Yes, sir, you can do that.
Defense reserves.
State called Deputy Hunter Couch.
Here's our first look at the defendant.
Judge, I want to invoke the rule.
The rule doesn't
Invoke the rule, sequestration is in place. We're going to see if we can get the sound fixed now that they're going to be sitting at mics, hopefully. Let's see if this helps a little bit better. This is how it sounds normally. This is how I fixed it. So.
You swear in front of kids when you go to Smiler Child
Good afternoon, Deputy. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Deputy Hunter Touch, HUNTER, last name is TAUCH.
And how are you currently employed?
Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
December of 2024.
So coming up on a year?
Yes, ma'am.
And what role do you hold at the Sheriff's Office?
Patrol deputy on night shift.
Patrol deputy on night shift. Is that the entirety of your law enforcement career?
No, ma'am.
So before we get to that, what does it take, what kind of training experience is needed in order to become a peace officer?
You have to pass the police academy. You get hired by an agency.
How long is the police academy typically?
Roughly 5 minutes.
And where is it that you attended the academy?
Galveston College.
Once you attend the academy, is there any sort of credentials that one must have in order to be a peace officer?
You have to pass the TCOL test.
And what does the TCOL test include?
It's a series of questions over laws and the penal code, transportation code.
And is that licensure something that you keep forever, or do you have to have continuing education to maintain it?
You have to continue education.
And when was it that you became a peace officer?
June of 2020.
So you're going on about 5.5 years, is that
Yes,
fair?
ma'am.
So what was the first place that you were employed after passing the TCOL test?
Galveston Police Department.
And at the Galveston Police Department, what roles did you have?
I started out as night shift patrol, and I transferred into special operations and traffic safety.
Just kind of briefly, what is the difference between those three roles?
Night shift patrol, you answer calls for service while also being proactive. And traffic safety is a proactive unit. You don't necessarily answer calls for service. You go out and proactively interdict crime before it can occur, hopefully.
And by nature of being traffic safety unit, is that more driving related crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
And currently you said you're a patrolman at the Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is kind of a typical day in the life for you as a night shift patrol deputy with the SO?
Answer calls for service, make traffic stops.
And for the Sheriff's Office, are you assigned to the entire county or a certain area?
A certain area.
What area are you currently assigned to?
Highway 6.
And is that the same area you have been assigned to your entire tenure with SO?
No, no.
What other areas have you been assigned to?
I've been assigned to Bay Shore, I've been assigned to Dickinson, I've been assigned to Highway 6, and I've been assigned to Bolivar.
Okay. And for those of us who may not be as familiar with parts of the county, what is the Bay Shore, or where is that?
It's the San Leon Bay Cliff area.
Okay. And this may sound silly, but what county and state are San Leon and Bay Cliff in?
Galveston County, Texas.
Okay. I want to bring your attention to the night of February 6, 2025. Do you recall that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty that day?
I was.
What duty were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the Bay Shore on D shift patrol.
And on that night, did something occur that led us to be here today?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
I was a special welfare concern.
And when you get dispatched, what kind of information do you usually get?
It varies on the call. Usually an address and a short synopsis of what's going on.
And you said in this case it was a welfare concern, is that correct? Where was it that you were dispatched to?
At 4500 block, I believe it was 15th Street.
In what city?
Bay Cliff.
Okay. And did you know any other information before you arrived?
Male was requesting to check the welfare of a female. He hadn't heard from her in a couple of days.
Your Honor, statement moved this time to admit States 1. It's been listed with a VRA. It's a 911 call from Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
Hearing no objection, States 1 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Location of the emergency.
niece are not answering the phone. They're not answering the door. I'm fixing to break the door in. I beat on the windows. I beat on everything. I've got her son on the other line. And he told me to keep the door in. But that's a big old door, and I don't think I'm going to get through it.
Okay, and so what are you needing? Like, are you running a welfare check on him?
Well, I mean, I'm fixing to break in over here is what I'm fixing to do. Because there's two women in there, and neither one of them's answering. They haven't answered in a day and a half.
And it's your daughter and your niece?
No, it's my sister-in-law and my grandniece. I guess you'd say grand. She's my niece. Her husband's passed away. She's a widower.
Okay, and what's your name?
My name is Terry Utton. Spelled Utton is the last name.
A good callback number?
409
867-5309.
I'll have a deputy in route over there to speak with you.
867-5309.
And Deputy Couch, was that 4723 15th Street, same address you were dispatched to?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you arrived on location, can you tell the jury what it was you saw?
I saw the caller standing in the driveway of the address location.
And what was that address location? Was it an apartment, a building, a home?
It was a single-story house.
And you said you made contact with the caller standing in the driveway, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, without telling me what anybody else said, what did you do once you arrived?
I made contact with the caller and asked what was going on.
And what did you do next?
I walked around the residence and attempted to make contact with the females inside.
Were you able to make contact with anybody inside the home?
No, ma'am.
What sort of things did you do in order to try and make contact with them?
I called the female's cell phone multiple times, knocked on doors, knocked on windows, announced sheriff's office.
At any point, did you or someone else try to make entry?
The caller did, yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us a little bit about that? What did you observe him do?
I observed him go in through the rear window of the bathroom in the master bedroom.
Were there any other places he tried to get in first?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
The laundry room.
Was he able to get in through the laundry room?
No, ma'am.
Why?
It was blocked by a washer.
And you said ultimately he went in through a master bathroom, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it he was able to enter that master bathroom?
He contacted the female's son and he was given access to enter through the window.
And was the window unlocked, or how did he actually open it?
No, ma'am. It wasn't unlocked. I believe he had to break the window.
And ultimately, did you observe the caller make entry?
Yes, ma'am.
Upon him making entry, what did you do or what happened next?
I walked to the front door and waited for him to open the front door.
And did he open the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long later?
Less than 30 seconds.
And when he opened the front door, what did he seem like? What was his demeanor?
He was very upset. He was crying.
Okay. After he opened the front door, what did you do?
I entered the residence and began a search of the residence.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about what you saw upon entering the residence?
When I entered the residence, I saw guns in the living room, a bag of dog food open in the middle of the living room, and then walking further in to the kitchen and dining area, there was pieces of a magazine cover in the kitchen, and then immediately to the right in the hall, there was a partially loaded .22 long rifle magazine. Immediately back from the kitchen area was the master bedroom, and that's where the female was.
Okay. So before we get to the master bedroom, did you make contact with anyone else in that home?
No, ma'am.
And you said that there was a female in the master bedroom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you tell us a little bit about when you walked into the master bedroom, what are you seeing?
There was multiple gun safes open and gun boxes scattered. There was pills all over the ground, multiple bullets on the floor, and there was a female laying horizontal on the bed, covered with multiple blankets and sheets and stuff.
So the status of the room, did it look orderly or disorderly or something else?
It looked like it had been ransacked.
And you mentioned the gun safes. Were those closed or open?
They were open.
And then the female you're discussing who said horizontal on the bed with sheets of things on top of her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any signs of life in this female?
No, ma'am.
Once you determined that, what was the next step that you did?
I contacted CID and ID.
And why is it that you or first of all, what is CID and ID?
Criminal Investigation Division and Identification Division.
And generally, kind of what are those two divisions for people who may not know?
They are detectives. CID, detects. They do the investigation on the criminal side, and ID photographs crime scenes and such.
So is it fair to say one kind of deals with people and one kind of deals with evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why is it that in something like this, y'all contact CID?
Because they have extra training in regards to their specific fields.
Okay. So once you contact those departments, what is your next step?
Secure the scene and then wait for them to arrive.
Is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, on the night in question, deputy, were you equipped with any sort of body cam?
I was.
Was it in fair functioning order?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Deputy, I'm handing you what's been temporarily marked as States 2. Please take a look at this and let me know if you recognize this item.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
My initials.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of what it purports to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit States 2.
No objection.
States 2 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Can I see the
All right, we're doing what we can. This is one of the noisiest courts I've ever heard. It sounds absolutely terrible without editing, and it's just, at least we can hear things with editing, but this is a crazy case. These two young kids basically kill the girlfriend's grandmother, steal the gun, steal her money, steal her jewelry, and go on the run. This is what it sounds like without help. Ready? This is the audio report. And then I fixed it. Mr. Urick over there on the right-hand side of the screen behind his lawyer. He's the defendant in this case. His girlfriend's going to stand trial separately for the murder. Audio is going to kick in here in a second. Stephanie, thank you very much. You're the man for sound. Thank you. Toot toot.
Is this the house in question that we've been talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is this individual?
That's the caller.
Do you recall his name?
Terry.
And Deputy, can you, while we see you talking to Mr. Ayden on screen, can you tell us why or why not a sheriff's deputy could enter somebody's home?
If there's exigent circumstances to enter the residence.
And at this moment, on the video, did you have any exigent circumstances?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because there's no driving force to enter the residence. There's no imminent danger.
And so ultimately, what were you able to do at this point?
At this point, just attempt to make contact with the females inside.
And is it fair to say that y'all are outside the home for a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to press pause on states 2 at 2 minutes and 55 seconds and move forward to about 7 minutes and 4 seconds on states 2.
Is it not barking? That's over here. Sheriff's office.
It's a big, heavy oak door.
Sheriff's office.
Rick Groove. OG. 23 months. Congratulations. Cartwood also, this makes you an OG. 20 months. Thank you.
And pressing pause on stage 2 at 10 minutes and 54 seconds. Deputy, do y'all stand here and talk for a couple minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to press play again on stage 2 at 15 minutes and 11 seconds.
Peter, thanks for the gifted membership. Thanks for generosity. Does sound a bit like air hockey.
Deputy, what do we see you doing right here?
I'm trying to call the female's phone.
And do you know what her name is at this point?
Annie.
Your call is important.
And while you're calling her, are you hearing any sort of ringing or movement from inside the home?
No, ma'am.
And Deputy, we tell the jury what part of the home are y'all walking to now?
We're walking through the backyard towards the laundry room and the back porch.
Jenny Lynn, we're at the beginning of this case. Texas v. Uriah Urick. He and his girlfriend are charged with murdering his girlfriend's grandmother, stealing guns, jewelry, and money.
And in general, what was the status of all of the doors and windows of the house?
They were all locked.
It looks like this thing fell over. There's a whole.
Hold on a minute.
Nicole, thanks for the super chat. We got a verdict last night. It's the last live stream. It's 6.5 minutes long if you want to watch it, where I can spoil it for you.
Pressing pause on stage 2 at 20 minutes and 43 seconds. Deputy, is this the door you spoke about earlier that was blocked?
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately, what did you observe blocking it?
I believe it was a washing machine.
And did you or Mr. Edgar both attempt to get that door open?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it one of you or both?
Both.
And were you able to get that door open?
No, ma'am.
And then for the next few minutes, what do y'all do?
Walk around the rest of the residence and get in contact with Tammy's son, who gives Mr. Terry permission to break through that window right there.
I'm going to press play on states 2 at 25 minutes and 5 seconds.
Cops can't help here.
Sir, can you show the letter? That was locked. That was unlocked. Damn. Don't tell me you got bulletproof glass on this.
Good. They trying to.
You got a lot explaining to nurse, huh?
That's a pretty small window for him to crawl through. They're dragging the picnic table over. Sorry, this audio is just all high pitch. LAB from Tennessee, we've got it set up on Top Mark Media, just a live stream without coverage as far as commentary. But my other channel, Top Mark Media, is currently set up for Koberger's hearing. Trying to get rid of the glass bits.
Just be careful, please.
Just be careful, please. Hold my hat.
Don't move on you.
There go my glasses. The police witnessing a break-in. The cops can't go in yet. They don't have cause yet. This is gonna hurt. He's stuck at the landing.
Yeah, he's gonna go check. Go unlock the front door for us and we'll help you check out, okay?
Here, you can borrow the police flashlight. So this is aiding and abetting now. Man crawling in used to be a firefighter. Hey, he's got concern. He's got permission, I believe, from a family member to break in. That's what I understood. And now police can go in. Yeah. defendant is 18 years old, I believe. The defendant.
Pause on stage 2 at 34 minutes and 9 seconds.
$10,000 cash, all the credit cards, and a whole bunch of guns and some jewelry.
Now, Deputy, at this point where we just finished in the video, what happens next?
I contacted Ayden, CID.
Is that when you stated you maintained the perimeter until they arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
After they arrived, did you have anything else to do with this case?
I assisted on a crime scene log.
And what is a crime scene log?
Entering and exiting of the crime scene.
So just kind of keeping track of people?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that, was there anything else that you did?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I pass this witness.
Thanks, Rather.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Call your next witness.
The state will call Nathan Anderson.
Okay. Y'all need a bathroom break? Good? Yes. Let's go take a quick bathroom break.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody go potty. Go potty real quick. I'm going to take a bathroom break. Make sure you wash your hands, okay? That's very sweet. Get a bathroom break from the judge. We are on catch-up. We're not playing on high speed yet, but if we get a witness that talks incredibly slowly, we will. But we are going to try to zip through this. Give me just a second. Let's skip through our little break time. You know what? I just think I should need to mirror that setting on a different channel. Witness was just sworn in very quietly.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Nathan Anderson, NathanAnderson.
And Mr. Anderson, how old are you?
19.
And if I asked you to give us a 2-sentence descriptor of yourself, what would you tell us?
I'm a swim instructor. I teach kids how to swim.
And is that what you want to do long term, or what's your life plan?
Hoping to get into something like HVAC or a trade.
Okay. And Mr. Anderson, where did you grow up?
I was born in Galveston, but I moved to League City after Ike.
Okay. And where did you go to school?
Dickinson High School.
And what year did you graduate Dickinson High School?
2024.
So roughly a year and a half ago?
Yes.
Now, do you know anyone by the name of Tara King or Uriah Urick?
Yes.
Which one?
I know Tara King more.
Okay. You say more. Does that mean you know Uriah a little bit?
I think with what's transpired, this is probably my first run-in with Uriah.
Okay.
I know of him, but this is where I actually first spoke with him.
Gotcha. And so let's start with Tara. When did you meet Tara?
In my sophomore year of high school, we were kind of just acquaintances who knew each other through friend groups.
Okay. So did y'all kind of run in the same circle?
No, we just knew people that knew each other, and we ended up following each other on socials.
So adjacent circles, is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you first met Tara, was she in a relationship with anybody?
I'm not under the impression that she was.
And tell me a little bit about what your impression of her was when you first met her.
Well, I thought she was kind of a shy girl, but when I got to know her, she kind of opened up a little bit more.
Okay. And did you and Tara develop a friendship or acquaintanceship, or kind of tell me what y'all's interactions were like?
I'd say an acquaintanceship. We only talked very sparsely, but every interaction that we had was friendly.
Okay. And did y'all predominantly talk in person or on social media?
Social media.
Okay. And what social media would that have been?
Instagram.
Okay. And then you said you knew of Uriah. How did you know of Uriah?
I knew him that he was Tara's boyfriend. Later on throughout the year, that I knew Tara, and then I've seen him in the hallways a couple of times. Some people have talked about him before, maybe other friends. But.
Okay. So is it fair to say you knew who he was and what he looked like, but y'all didn't talk much?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you see the person, when we talk about Uriah, do you see that person in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please identify him by where he's seated and the item of clothing?
He's wearing a gray button-up shirt, and he's on the left side of me.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you said that you knew that he was Tara's boyfriend as the year went on. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice about that relationship, if anything?
Nothing of note. Like I said, I only knew Tara as an acquaintance, so I don't think I really paid too much mind to their relationship.
Okay. And when you did see them at school, if you were paying attention, were they often with groups of people or by themselves?
I think they were among groups of people around the first while that they were dating, but as time had gone on, I think they started to stay like in a more close circle.
Okay. So the groups got smaller, is that fair?
I believe so, yes.
Now I want to bring your attention to February of this year. Do you recall February?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did something occur that made you have interaction with Tara and Uriah in February?
Yes.
Okay. What was that?
So, in February, I was sitting in college, and I was in the computer room just working on some essay, and then I got a phone call from Tara, and she had told me that...
No, don't tell me what anybody says, okay? So you get a phone call from Tara?
Yes.
Is she the only one on the line?
No.
Who else is on the line?
Uriah.
And just so everyone's on the same page, do Tara and Uriah ever go by any other names?
I know that Tara went by Aaron, and I believe that Uriah went by Percy.
And were these just nicknames they would go by?
Yes.
So, just to be clear, if we're talking about Aaron, that's Tara, correct?
Yes.
And if we're talking about Percy, that's Uriah, correct?
Yes.
You stated you got a phone call from Tara and Uriah.
Yes.
What was it that Uriah said on the phone?
He had seconded what Tara had said about the grandmother that they were staying at the house with being abusive towards them.
Okay.
And I think that had kind of prompted them to ask me, hey, can you give us a ride away from this situation?
Okay, so the phone call was based for a ride?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any communication after that initial phone call?
Some. just to further the details of where I would be picking them up and what they would be bringing along with them.
Okay. And did you have those conversations also through Instagram?
Yes.
Was it through both calls and messages?
Both calls and messages.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? All right, Nick, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 3 through 14. Without telling me what they are, will you please look through them and let me know if you recognize them?
I recognize these papers.
And how is it that you recognize them?
They're my messages and Tara's.
They're your messages. And these are the same calls as well that you had with Tara and Uriah?
Yes.
And have they been changed or altered in any way other than the evidence sticker that's on them?
No.
Your Honor, State's going to move to omit states 3 through 14, tendering to opposing counsel for any objection.
I'm surprised they didn't eliminate the driver who would have known too much. That would be my concern. We just started this case today. We're playing catch up. We'll get caught up pretty quickly. A couple teenagers accused of killing the girlfriend's grandmother, stealing $10,000, stealing jewelry, stealing her credit cards, stealing a bunch of guns, and going on the run.
Hearing no objection, states 3 through 14 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may the state publish?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Anderson, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 3. Can you tell us what that name is at the very top?
Aaron.
And we discussed earlier that Aaron is who?
Tara.
And for those of us who may not be social media savvy, what social media application is this?
Instagram.
And on what side would be the messages from Tara and Uriah?
Tara's messages are gray and mine are blue.
Okay. The ones coming from Aaron's phone are on the left, and the ones coming from your phone are on the right. Is that correct? So, can you tell us what time this initial call came in?
8:51.
And do you recall on what day of the week that was?
I believe it was a Wednesday.
And you told the jury here a minute ago that you were trying to work out a ride. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Of course. You told the jury that in the conversation with Tara and Uriah, you were trying to work out details of a ride for them, correct?
Yes.
And were you going to give them a ride?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that. What was your plan?
Well, we had talked about some locations that I would be able to bring them to. First, Tara had suggested that they would be taken to Wyoming, and I couldn't drive them that far. That was a little bit out of my league to do so. But then we had kind of settled down and said that they could stay the night at my place. So that's what we were going to try and get together.
And so in states 8, is this kind of what you're talking about?
Somebody's dying.
They were telling you where they lived, and then you say Wyoming was a little far for you.
Yes.
And ultimately you said the decision was made for them to crash at your place for a little bit, okay? Right?
Yes.
Okay.
for $300 a night.
Now, ultimately, did you end up picking up Tara and Uriah?
No.
Why?
So the address that they had sent me, it didn't have the full location listed on the link that I was going to click on. And I started driving to a separate area, and when my mom had seen where I was on a Life 360, kind of like a tracker, she said, "Why are you going to Houston? Come back this way." So I ended up pulling back, but before I did, I had phoned a friend and called him to try and pick them up instead.
And who was that friend?
Rigo.
And in states 12, we see a couple messages and calls and then a phone number. Can you tell us kind of what's happening at this point in y'all's conversation?
So around that time with the phone calls, that was when I had told them that I wasn't able to pick them up because I needed to head back home. And the phone number listed at the bottom, that was me referring them to my friend.
And that was, you said his name was Rigo?
Yes.
And do you know, was Rigo ultimately able to help them?
Yes.
And on states 13, kind of what's happening here.
So here I had, this is around the time that I had just finished sending them the phone number, and I told them that I wish them best of luck on finding a place to stay, and that was where we essentially stopped talking.
Now, after they got picked up by Rigo on that Wednesday, did you hear from them again?
I did hear from Rigo.
You heard from Rigo?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling me what Rigo said, when did you hear from Rigo?
30 minutes after.
Okay. So close in time to the same time period, around 12:30 hour we were looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And after you touched base with Rigo, did you hear from Tara or Uriah any more that day?
No.
Did you hear from them the next day?
No.
You're gonna make a personal witness real quick?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as states 14.
We're just
Take a
looking at
glance at it
projector
and see
screen.
if you remember that message and when it was.
Oh, yes, this was the day after.
Okay, so you did hear from them the day after, is that correct?
Yes.
Whoa.
And in states 14, tell us a little bit about what's occurring here.
So, this was the day after Rigo had dropped them off, and I got asked about anybody else that I knew that I could refer them to take them further out of state, but I had nobody, and that was it.
$1,000
And
across state lines.
we saw in that last message that they were offering something in exchange for the ride, is that correct?
Yes.
What was that?
Money?
A lot of money.
Now, after those messages, did you hear from Tara or Uriah again?
No.
At that point, which I believe is Thursday, did you know if what they had told you was true or if anything else had happened or anything bad was happening?
The only thing that I was aware of was that what they had told me, that the grandmother was being abusive towards them.
Okay. And so, at any point after Thursday, did you come across or become aware of something else?
2 days after, so I'd say Friday, that's when there was a Facebook post, and that was saying that the grandmother was found dead in the home, and then that Tara and Uriah were suspects.
Okay. And once you saw that, what did you do?
I called the police.
Okay. And when you called the police, did you tell them everything that you've testified here today?
Yes.
And did you also provide them those screenshots we just showed the jury?
Yes.
After you spoke to the police, did you further contact or have any communication with Tara or Uriah?
No.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Acton?
Thank you. Sir, my name is Bill Ayden, and I represent Uriah, who's sitting here to my right. What was the nature you had of the relationship between Tara and her grandmother?
I only really knew Tara on a acquaintance level, so I don't think that I knew much about her family affairs.
Was that the first time you heard that her grandmother was abusive to her?
Yes.
Okay. You never heard it any other time other than that?
No, sir.
And y'all didn't talk about anything other than that?
No.
Okay. And your involvement or knowledge of Uriah was even more limited than that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass it away to Judge.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Emily,
So,
you were,
ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the 5 o'clock hour. I'm going to go ahead and release you for the day. I'd like to remind you to please study the instructions that I've given you. Follow all instructions. Do not research the case. Do not do anything. Go home and enjoy yourselves. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Emily, 19 months.
All rise for the jury.
I'm going to let you hear what court actually sounds like on the live stream. Oh, never mind. It went away. So we're going to cut away from there and skip ahead because we can. We are on catch up on this one. Oh, that's the wrong button. Josh, am I supposed to be in courtroom 3 or 4 now? Do you know? For our thing this afternoon. Let's see. Boom, boom. Okay, we're going to zip down to day 2. The audio in this is probably one of the noisiest courtrooms ever. Day 2 had a full day, but we're going to try to skip through as much as we can to get going here. What's this audio? Hang on 1 second. So noisy. There we go. We're going to have to fix the audio again.
We are planning on the record. On the record, we reflect that the defendant is present. Mr. Urick states present and have a jury in the courtroom this morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Recovery Deputy Glenn had a lot of coffee for you. It's the best closures we've heard. All right, we can get started. The witness on stand.
This is so bad.
Please say your name and spell
Urick, Villanueva, Villa, Villalba,
And Ms. Villanueva, where do you currently live?
Brazil and 1450 Street, Lincoln, Texas.
And is your house neighbors with a house that used to belong to Ms. Hank?
Yes, sir.
When this incident over here in Florida Day happened, were you living in that house
No.
Where were you living at?
326 Jasper Street, Trailer 1, in Good, Texas.
And who was living in that?
The audio is so bad.
4714 15th Street?
My parents.
And do your parents speak fluent English?
No.
So how would you get involved with this?
I got a call from my mom saying she needed to share the camera footage to the detectives.
And so you helped gather surveillance footage?
Yes, sir.
And you said you currently live at 4715?
Yes.
Who do you live there with?
My mom and my husband and my baby.
And you only have one child?
One at the moment and pregnant right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And in fact, you were hospitalized yesterday?
Yes.
But you're feeling okay now?
Yes.
You're all right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15 without going into the contents of
This is the worst audio ever. We're trying to
And
tune things out.
speaking, what is it?
Original.
And
Mine.
was the device used to record the footage capable of making an accurate copy of the events that happened?
Yes, sir.
Do those events appear to be tampered or always listening?
No.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events?
Yes.
This time, State would move to admit State's 15 federal public conference. No judging. This is a way that might be a silly question, but is the 4714 house located in Galveston County?
Yes, sir.
And is that whole block located in Galveston County?
Yes, sir.
Our mayor published.
How long till it gets better? Now, okay, here we go. That is brutal. Theirs is still bad, but mine's better. This is theirs.
So, Ms. Villanueva, when you were, how did you end up giving this footage to the police?
I recorded the tape on a USB from the camera footage from the box.
And have you reviewed this video before testifying?
No. Oh, yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about sort of the camera itself. In this upper right corner, we see a timestamp here, 13:47. Is that the accurate time, or is the time off at all?
I believe the time was off.
By, what, about an hour?
Yes.
Now, the beginning of the footage, we see the timestamp at 13:46. But if we skipped ahead to about the 1 minute and 31 second mark, we see it go back to 13:05.
Yes.
Is the earlier footage the actual end of the video, and just the end is somehow got saved to the beginning of the video?
Yes.
Okay. But the video itself is beginning to end, just beginning at about the 1:32 mark.
Yes.
And you have to go back and watch the first minute and a half to get the end of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then with that being said, we'll start at the 1 minute and the 25 second mark. And so do we see some people sort of in the backyard of Tammy King's house?
Yes.
Now, when you got this footage for the police, did you watch it to try to figure anything out, or were you just trying to figure out what the police were interested in and give it to them?
With them?
Yes.
Yes, actually they made me zoom it in on the two people that are walking in the back.
On this footage, are you able to see anything specific that they're doing, or just that they're walking around?
I believe they had trash bags. That's about it.
Okay. Now, as the video progresses at the tail end, do we see a car pull into their driveway?
Yes.
Do you know what type of car it was?
The black car.
I'm going to pause the video at the 3-minute, 35-second mark and kind of fast forward to that car arriving. Should be around the 42-minute and 5-second mark. Press and play.
I don't know who aimed the security camera, but little horizon check could have been useful. There's the black car.
Is that car you were referring to?
Yes, sir.
Is that same car backing into the driveway?
Yes.
I typically, I've been gifted a lot of them, but if there's a good one, I'd be interested in buying one.
Pausing the video at 43-minute and 23-second mark. Might have been a little bit difficult to see, but were you able to observe some movement around the car?
Yes.
And about this time where I paused it at 43 minutes and 23 seconds, we see the car pulling away.
Mm-hmm.
And if the timestamp was 1 hour off, if this would be at 12:47 at the time?
Yes.
Press and play at the 28-second mark, or pardon, 28 seconds left, the 43-minute and 23-second mark. And then press and play at the 0-minute, 0-second mark just to see the beginning of the video. This is just kind of for some reason when you saved it, that last bit of footage that we already watched was resaved again at the beginning. That's correct, okay. Now, pausing the video at the 23-second mark. We'd already established that you weren't living at the house at that time. Were you present at the house at 12:05 or February 5th, 2025?
No, sir.
So you didn't hear or see anything in regards to the actual murder of Miss King?
No.
Okay. Did you know either Tammy King or Tara King or Uriah Urick?
Tara and Tammy King.
And how did you know that?
They were neighbors.
How long did you know them for?
My whole life.
Okay. And you sort of describe your relationship with Tara King?
We used to play with each other when we were little.
And play where? Like in the
Yeah,
neighborhood?
in the street, so she used to come over to my parents' house.
And as y'all got older, did y'all remain friends or something different?
No, we went our separate ways.
Okay. So about, if you could estimate, about how long was it since you had talked with Tammy before this incident? Or Tara, sorry.
Tara? Probably like 5th grade, 6th grade.
Witness, Judge.
Ma'am, my name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick. You said you hadn't really had much of a relationship with Tara since about 5th grade. How old are you now?
20.
Okay. Now, did you have any kind of dealings with Tara and her grandmother Tammy
No,
at all?
no,
So you didn't know anything about the nature of their relationship?
no.
Okay. How often were you at your parents' house?
How often?
Yes.
Can you describe the question better?
Were you there much or not at your parents' house?
Ask another
yes.
question.
Going back to February of this year.
Oh, this year, no.
Okay. When you say you weren't there very often, were you there some or not?
No.
Okay. So you were hardly ever at that house?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't have any idea about what dealings were going on there then?
Yeah.
Hey, what I'm trying to get at, did a lot of people come and go, or did they keep to themselves?
Oh, they kept themselves to themselves.
Okay. So there was not a lot of foot traffic there then
No.
that you saw?
That I saw, no.
Okay. Did you know anything about Tammy at all?
When I was younger, yes, but once I got older, no.
Okay. Okay. That's what it is, Judge. Come further, Judge.
You may step down. Call your next witness.
State Recovery Addict, Uriah.
The judge for
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
I'm Rigoberto Brusqueta. Do you need that spelled?
I would love that spelled, please.
RIGOBERTOGURRUSQUIETA.
He's the driver.
And because I don't have as good a pronunciation of you as you, is it all right if I call you Rigo? Okay. So, Rigo, how old are you?
I am 20 years old.
20 years old. And
When did you last get
if
a
I
haircut?
asked you to give this jury a 2-sentence introduction of yourself, what would you tell them?
I'm just a college student that's making it by.
Making it by. What do you do for work, or do you work?
I'm a hair model.
I work at a coding center. I teach kids how to code computer science,
And what are you studying at school?
process technology.
How much longer do you have in your program?
1 more year.
And Rio, where did you grow up?
I grew up in Dickinson.
And does that mean you also went to Dickinson High School?
Yes,
What year was it that you graduated?
2024.
And when you were in high school, did you ever know somebody by the name of Tara King or Uriah Urick?
Yes, but they went by nicknames.
They went by nicknames. Can you tell me what those nicknames were?
Tara went by Ayden, and Uriah went by Percy.
Okay. Let's start with Tara, or with Erin. How long did you know her for?
I've known her for maybe since the start of high school, some freshman year, but I've never really been friends with her.
Okay.
Just knew of her.
Okay. And what about Percy? How long had you known him?
I didn't know him until the whole case started.
Okay.
I didn't know they were dating.
Okay. So you really didn't know much about them, but you knew who Tara was. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you also know somebody by the name of Nathan Anderson?
Yes.
How do you know Nathan Anderson?
He is one of my close friends since 7th grade.
So, a good long amount of time, is that right? I want to bring your attention to February 5th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Okay. So, tell me what you were doing that day.
I just woke up from like a long nap in the morning, and I get a call from Nathan.
Okay. And make sure you don't tell me what anyone said on the phone call to you. But when you talked to Nathan, how did he sound?
He sounded a little distressed.
Okay. And after your phone call with Nathan, what were you going to do?
Go drive Uriah and Tara to Nathan's house.
Okay. And did you have a way to get in contact with Uriah or Tara?
No. The only way we got in contact was from Nathan giving them my number.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm approaching you with what's been temporarily marked as State's Exhibit 16. Without telling me what it is, will you let me know if you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's my screenshot.
It's your screenshot? So this is something you created?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate depiction? What I mean by that is it hasn't been changed in any way?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, State moves to admit State 16, having tendered it to opposing counsel for opinion.
Objection.
State 16 will be admitted.
Honestly, is that a wig? That is just fabulous. Is it a wig?
Alright, here we go. I am showing you what's been marked as State's 16. And you stated this was a screenshot. What is this a screenshot of?
The call that Nathan gave me.
And is that the call you were just telling us about?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us on what date and time that call was?
That was at 12:24 p.m. on February 5th.
And that's in this year, correct? So you said that Nathan gave Uriah and Tara your number, correct?
Yes.
And did you make contact with Tara or Uriah?
I made contact with Uriah.
Okay. How did you make contact with him?
He called my phone first.
Okay. And when he called your phone, was it a number you had saved?
No.
Okay.
I think we're going to
answer
speed
that
this up a little bit.
Yes.
Can you tell me what you and Uriah talked about in that phone call? And you can tell me what he said.
Okay. So he called me first. He asked if I was Rigo, and I said yes. He said that he needed a ride to Nathan's house. And I was like, I just said, okay, yeah, I can give you that ride. And he also asked if I can stay on the phone the whole time.
When you asked me to stay on the phone that whole time,
That's
was
what
that
scammers say.
normal to you, odd to you? What did you think?
It was pretty odd to me.
Okay. And while he's talking to you, how does he sound?
He sounded a little distressed, but like, it seems like he tried to be calm through most of it.
Okay. And so you actually stay on the phone the whole time. What happens next?
I got in my car, and I started driving to the address that he gave me.
Okay. And do you recall what that address was?
Not really. I think it was somewhere on 15th Street
Okay. In what city?
in what's it called? San Leon.
Or San
Or
Leon?
Baycliff.
Baycliff. Okay. And do you know what county and state that's in?
Galveston County.
And it sounds silly, but what state?
Texas.
You already may I approach you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm approaching you with what's been temporarily marked as State Exhibit 21 and 22. Same thing. Without telling you what they are, if you would please look at them and let me know if you recognize both of these documents.
I do.
Recognize that one?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize them?
There were screenshots on here.
So these are also documents that you created. Have they been changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, statement is to admit 621 and 22, having tendered to opposing counsel.
Okay.
Counsel be admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
All right, Rigo, let's start with states 21. We let the jury know what we're looking at here.
This is a call from Uriah that happened on February 5th, 12:28 p.m.
So this is, sounds like roughly 5 minutes after your call with Nathan?
Yes.
And how long was this phone call?
18 minutes.
And in states 22, while you're on that phone call, what is this?
This is him texting me the address.
And just confirming that same phone number is what we see in states 21, correct?
Yes.
Do you stay on the phone with Uriah your entire drive to their house?
Yes, I stayed on the phone all the time.
Okay. And while you're on the phone with Uriah, is he saying anything to you?
He tells me when I arrived there, back into the house with the tan tarp, or tan curtains.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
that's pretty much it.
Okay. Does he tell you at this point, does he tell you any reason why they need the ride?
Oh yeah, they said that they were trying to get away from their crazy grandma, that she was controlling, and just crazy overall.
Okay. And once you arrived at the house, tell me what you did.
I backed up into the driveway, like they told me, and when I backed up into the driveway, they quickly got out of the tan curtains and told me to open the trunk. And I opened the trunk, and that's when they put their bags inside the car.
So we'll back up a little bit. What kind of car did you drive at that point?
Nissan Altima, 2014.
What color?
Black.
Your Honor, may I publish states 15?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Rita, we're going to press play on states 15 at 42 minutes and 37 seconds. Will you please tell us when or if you see your vehicle?
There's my vehicle.
And on what part of the screen is your vehicle?
On the right side.
Okay. And what are you doing in the video?
I'm backing up into the driveway.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with a laser pointer?
Yes.
All right, Rita, I'm going to hand you a laser pointer. Make sure you don't shoot a recorder in the eye. It's going to be this button. Choose that button, and then can you show us first where your vehicle is? Okay. And you said that you were told to back into the driveway with the brown tarp, correct?
Yes.
And can you use that laser pointer and show us what, if you can see that tarp in the video?
Right there.
Okay. And could you tell what was behind that brown tarp or what it was?
I couldn't really tell what was behind it, other than it was really dark, and that's where they came out of.
Okay. And when you say they, who came out of the brown tarp?
Both Uriah and Aaron.
Okay.
Or, yeah, Tara.
And it just so we're all clear, Aaron and Tara are the same person, and Percy and Uriah are the same person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the person that you know as Uriah or Percy, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please tell me where he's seated and an item of clothing he's wearing?
He's right there with a blue collar.
Okay. So blue collar, when you said right there, are you pointing to your left?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant. So left. Thank you, Your Honor. So you stated that you popped open your trunk and they put their bags in, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you observed about their bags or what they had?
It looked like it was in a gun bag.
Okay, and what do you mean by a gun bag?
It was shaped like in a gun shape.
Okay. And what happened, what, if anything, happened next?
They got into my car and told me to go drive.
Where were you driving to?
Driving to Nathan's house.
When they first got in the car, did you observe anything about them or their demeanor, or how were they acting?
They seemed very, rushed, and that they were just trying to get away. They seemed very, very flustered, I guess, yeah.
Okay, and when they got in your car, where did everyone sit?
Uriah was in the passenger seat, and Tara was in the back.
And did Tara have anything with her?
Her dog.
Okay. Do you remember what color the dog was?
Yeah, black.
Okay. And all of their bags were in the trunk, or were some with them?
I'm pretty sure all their bags were in the trunk.
Okay. So once they're in your car and y'all are driving to Nathan's, is Uriah talking to you?
Yes.
Can you tell me what y'all are talking about?
He was telling me how they're just trying to get away, and then I asked if they were friends of Nathan's, and they said yeah. And that's
basically around the time after that little conversation, I get a call from Nathan, or I call Nathan myself.
Okay. And after you call Nathan, what kind of happens next?
I asked if it's okay to drop them off at his place. There was no way it could.
And we say his place, we're still talking about going to Nathan's house?
Yes.
Okay. So you said there's no way y'all could go to Nathan's, correct?
Yes.
What happens next?
I just started driving down. I just started driving down up until the freeway, and I go north towards like the Houston area. Okay. But that's around the time when Uriah and Tara are trying to find a place to stay.
Okay. And what are you hearing from Uriah?
Uriah was pretty mad, but Tara was texting people around trying to see who can give him a place to stay.
Okay. And while Tara's doing that, do you and Uriah talk anymore, or does he make any phone calls, or what happens next?
He makes a few phone calls. He is talking to me about if I smoke or not. I don't. And then he does call one person, and they do allow him a
phone calls. Is he doing anything? Does he have anything in his hands, or what's kind of he doing?
He doesn't have really anything in his hands up until there was another call that was made from someone else, and I think they were asked, it was something about money.
Okay.
But that's when he pulls out like a big stack of cash.
Okay. When you say a big stack of cash, can you kind of explain what you mean? What could you see?
Just, he pulls out like a bag and it's just this big, just like on his lap. And he just had a stack of cash and talking to someone on the phone.
What was he saying to the person on the phone?
I think something about paying him back.
Okay. Was he saying anything about the money?
No.
Okay. And did you have any idea where the money came from?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. You said that one of the phone calls, they ultimately found someone that they could go to, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that they could go to?
I'm not sure of the person, but they settled on the person's workplace.
Okay. Do you recall where that was?
It was in Pearland, right in front of the Pearland High School, Energy Metals Inc.
Your Honor, may I approach you? Yes. Bring up approaching you with what's been marked as States 23. Same question. Go ahead and take a look at it. Don't tell me what it is, but let me know if you recognize it.
I recognize it.
And how do you recognize it?
It's from my phone.
Is it another screenshot you made?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, state moves to admit States Exhibit 23, having tendered to opposing counsel.
23 will be admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes, please.
All right, Rigo, this is States 23. Is that your name we see at the top?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you tell us kind of what we're looking at? What is this a screenshot of?
These are the directions to Energy Metals.
And is that, sorry, go ahead.
And also, if you see down there, it's the 15th Street.
Is that this part right here?
Yes.
Okay.
That's their location.
Okay. So this is, what application is this from?
From Apple Maps.
So is this your driving that day of February 5th?
Yes.
Ultimately, do you drive them to Energy Metals?
Yes, I do.
And when you drive them to Energy Metals, where do you take them?
I take them to the parking lot. We drive around there because we drive around the parking lot because Uriah told me that there was a car I needed to look out for.
Do you recall what that car was?
Yeah, it was a white Jeep with blue handles.
And did you know who the white Jeep belonged to?
No, not at all.
Okay. Did you have any idea who they were meeting?
No.
Once you got them there, did they get out of the car?
Yes.
What all did they take with them when they got out of your car?
All the bags from my trunk.
And did you have any idea, I know you described gun bags, but did you have any idea what was in the bags?
No, not at all. They just told me that there was like their belongings.
Their belongings. Did they ever tell you that they had guns in the car?
No.
Okay. Once they got out of the car, what did you do?
Once I got out of the car, just sat there for a little bit while they got all their stuff situated. And once they took the bags out of my car, closed the car, they went to go to the guy that they were meeting, and I drove away.
Okay. And was that the last time that you heard from them?
From them, yes.
And did you ever receive any messages from them?
No, wait, no, I did. I got a call from Tara.
And when she called you, how did she call you?
She called me on Instagram.
Okay. And so is it fair to say you have an Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, we go. Same set of questions. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as states 18, 19, and 20. Will you please look at these documents and let me know if you recognize them? And how do you recognize them?
They're from my phone.
Are they more screenshots you've created? Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Okay. Other than the sticker that's on there?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, statements to admit states 18 through 20 having tendered to opposing counsel.
Okay.
Counsel be admitted.
All right, we go. Start with states 18. What is that name at the top?
That's Aaron.
And what is the name under Aaron?
South Park emo.
And imagine none of us know how Instagram works. Can you tell us what those two names are or what they mean?
They're just her nickname and her username for the app.
So on the app you have both a nickname and a username?
Yes.
Which one would be which?
The nickname is the top one and the username is the bottom one.
So Tara's username would be South Park Emo and her nickname would be Aaron with a star?
Yes.
Okay. Now on this screenshot, what side would be you and what side would be Tara?
I'm the pink side.
The pink side where it says, yeah, thank you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And she would be the left side.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, so after the you're welcome, what time are the next messages you get from her?
4:26 a.m.
And so what day is that?
I think February 6th.
So the day after you
The
drop
day
them off?
after, yes.
Okay. And can you go ahead and read us those talking messages?
It's just, yeah, thank you, and you're welcome.
Sorry, I apologize. Those two messages after 4:20.
It's Rio, it's Aaron, $1,000 to drive us to Illinois.
And then what do we see after that?
A bunch of missed calls.
And it states 19. What's happening here?
More missed calls with a few texts and just more missed calls.
After those, so at this point on Thursday, do you have any idea of what's going on other than what they told you?
No, not at all.
Does a time come where that changes?
Yeah, on Friday.
Okay. What happens on Friday?
I get a text from my friends, and they send me a screenshot that these two kids are like missing, and there's a deceased woman inside the house.
Okay.
And that's what
Was that where was that post made?
I think on Facebook.
And once you saw that, what did you do?
Immediately called the authorities.
Okay. Did you send that screenshot to Aaron as well?
No. This screenshot is actually from one of my friends.
Okay. So this got sent to Tara. This message is sent to Tara.
Yes.
Okay. And so, and is this the Facebook post that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. You said you then immediately went to the authorities, correct? Why did you go to the authorities?
Because I did not know that they killed her grandma.
Or at least you didn't know that they were involved? Okay. Now, one more thing to show you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
And here we go, I'm showing you what's been marked as State 17. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's from my phone.
Is it another screenshot?
Yes.
And is it true and accurate depiction? It hasn't been changed?
No, not at all.
Your Honor, move to admit State 17, having considered the opposing counsel.
No objection.
Very much. I should say 17 will be admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes, please.
In State 17, Rigo, what are we looking at?
This was $20 from Ayden on Wednesday because he also said that.
Make sure you don't tell me what Nathan said.
Yeah.
Why did Nathan send you $20?
He sent me $20 for gas money
Okay. Why was he giving money for gas money?
to drive up.
And that was also on Wednesday?
Yes.
So once you saw that Facebook post and you alerted the authorities, did you tell the police everything that you had told the jury here today?
Yes.
And did you give the police all these screenshots that we've shown the jury today?
Yes.
After you contacted the authorities, did you have any more communication with Uriah or Tara?
No, not at all.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, my name is Bill Ayden. I represent Uriah. I'm sitting here to my right. You say you didn't really know either Tara or Uriah very well?
No, not at all.
So no ideas like their family background, anything like that?
No.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Quick.
The state would call, I apologize, the state would call Detective Hillary Rodriguez.
How many bailiffs does it take to get the witness chair ready? Thank you so much, is it Gidge? Gidge215, thank you very much. Doing what we can on this one.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Hillary Rodriguez, Hillary. Last name spelling is Rodriguez.
And Detective Rodriguez, how are you currently employed?
I am currently employed with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. I work in our criminal division, major crimes unit.
And is that the entirety of your law enforcement career?
No.
So, before we get through everything that you've done, what does it take to become a law enforcement officer?
So I completed training at the College of the Mainland, the Police Academy. I attended the day program, so it was full-time for 6 months, and then I graduated with a basic peace officer license.
And after the academy, you said you graduated with a basic peace officer license. Who issues that license?
That was through the academy.
And is that the only license in which you need to have to be a peace officer?
Yes.
And is there any sort of testing or certification that you must take?
Yes.
What is that?
The testing and certification goes through the state, and once you pass it, then you're awarded your basic peace officer license.
And is that test through an agency called TCOL?
Yes.
And once you obtain that licensure, do you keep it forever, or do you have to have continuing education?
You have to have continuing education.
And what sort of continuing education is that?
So I now hold an advanced peace officer license through my continuing education courses. I've completed the new detective, homicide investigations, interviews and interrogations, along with a lot of other continuing education courses.
So when you first started as a peace officer, how many years ago was that?
I graduated the police academy in December of 2015.
And what was your first job in law enforcement?
Straight out of the academy, I got hired on with the Hitchcock Police Department, and I stayed there for 1 year.
And did you go somewhere after that?
After the Hitchcock Police Department, I transferred over to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, and I went into the patrol division for 4.5 years.
And as a patrol officer, what's your kind of day in the life daily duties?
So you get anything from your calls of service to business checks, residential checks, community policing, things like that.
And you said you were there for 4.5 years?
Yes, on patrol.
After patrol, where did you go to?
After patrol, I went into the criminal warrant division, and I handled the sex offender registration for 1 year.
And what is different from patrol and the criminal warrant division and sex offender registration?
So patrol, you have your normal, like for us at the sheriff's office, it's like a 12-hour shift. And whenever I went into the sex offender registration, it was a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 position. And it was more dealing with appointments for the registered sex offenders.
And after you were at the criminal warrant division and sex offender registration, where did you go?
I went into the criminal warrants, apprehension, serving felony warrants and misdemeanor warrants.
And how long were you there?
I was there for 2 years.
After that, what position did you move to?
I went into major crimes in the criminal investigation division, and I've now since been here for 1 year.
And tell us a little bit about what does it mean to be part of the major crimes unit?
So major crimes, we handle everything from a simple theft all the way to aggravated assaults with deadly weapons, homicides. We handle everything. We're not specifically to one category.
And what is different about being a detective versus being on, say, patrol?
With a detective, we're more to help the victims and, solve the case, and a lot of paperwork goes into it.
And what are some of the things that you do as a detective?
So some of the things that I do as a detective is we do interviews, interrogations, we file warrants, and we follow up with victims and witnesses.
And is that, as part of your job as a detective, do you ever actually go physically collect the evidence, or does that go to a different division?
It goes to a different division, to our identification division.
So it sounds like the detectives, y'all are more on the investigation standpoint, is that fair?
Yes.
I want to bring your attention to February 7th of 2025. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And did something occur on that date that led us to be here today?
Yes.
What was that?
It was an incident of a person was dead on the scene.
And do you recall where that was?
Can I refer my notes?
Absolutely. If you'll just refresh your notes and then look up at me once you feel refreshed.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It was 4723 15th Street in Bay Cliff, Galveston County, Texas.
And what type of location was 4723 15th Street?
It was a residential house.
And can you tell us a little bit about that house, what it looked like?
So whenever you get to the home, there is a driveway off to the left of the property. The front porch has a handicap ramp and approximately 2 to 3 steps leading to a door. And once you get to that door, it's a mud room, and then you have the main door to the residence.
Once you arrived on scene, what did you do?
When I arrived on scene, I was there for observation training, and I waited for our identifications division to complete their photographs of the scene.
And why is it that the identification division does photographing first?
Before anybody gets into the residence to mess with evidence or start searches, it's to preserve.
And so, walk us through, when you first walk into that, or I guess let me ask, do you then walk into the residence?
I do.
And when you walk into the residence, what do you see?
I walk through the front door of the residence, and you immediately go into the living room. The living room had 2 couches and a coffee table, entertainment center, a strong odor, a foul odor. You walk past the living room and there's a breakfast nook. When you're in the breakfast nook, off to the left is a kitchen. In the kitchen, there is no counter space. There's dirty dishes in the sink. The house is disgusting. If you're back at that breakfast nook, whenever you walk directly straight from that breakfast nook is a bedroom. There I saw a large woman naked laying on a bed. And off to the right of the breakfast nook is a hallway that leads to 2 bedrooms and a bathroom.
And was there anybody else in the home besides the woman you saw deceased?
No.
And were you able to tell what had caused the death of the woman at this point?
At that time, no. I did not walk into that bedroom because ID, or our identifications division, was photographing.
Okay. After the photographs are complete, what do you do after doing your walkthrough?
After the walkthrough, I was tasked with searching one of the bedrooms in the hallway. Whenever I went into that bedroom, the door to the bedroom had a series of posters on the outside. We had to force the door open because there was so much clutter on the floor. Once we got into the bedroom, I observed no sheets on the bed. There were several empty cans, like soda cans. There was half-eaten food, to-go containers for restaurants. Some of the food was molded. You could tell it's been there and sitting for a while. There was dirty clothes on the floor. There was a trash can that had no trash in it. And then maybe a queen-size bed. Off to the left of the queen-size bed was a desk in an L shape, and there was a makeshift bed underneath that desk.
When you say makeshift bed, what do you mean by that?
Like kids, they build pallets with blankets and pillows, so like that in a sense. Blankets and pillows for comfort instead of laying on the floor. And then also underneath that desk was several water bottles with a yellow liquid inside, which I believe to be urine.
And when you saw kind of the status of this room, what thoughts did you have about it?
Poor hygiene. The room was not kept at all. There was roaches. It was disgusting, and it smelled due to the old food that had been there, along with the bottles of urine.
Okay. And once you kind of go through this room, what is the next step that you do?
So while I'm in the room, I'm searching with one of our other detectives, and I locate a note, and I read the note, and I hand it off to our identifications division so they can photograph it and collect it for evidence.
Okay. And without telling me anything that the note said, could you tell who the note was written by?
After reading it, yes.
Okay. Who was it written by?
Tara King.
Okay. And just to be clear, without telling me anything it said, did it discuss the death of Miss King?
No.
Okay. After that, what do you do next?
So after I locate the note and hand it off to our identifications division, I exit the house and I wait for my next task.
Okay. And what is your next task?
My next task was, we stayed on scene. If anybody needed help with anything or searching further, I went around to the property to try and make contact with neighbors to see if they seen or heard anything. Whenever I walked around to the property, directly behind the house was a trailer. I attempted contact with that trailer and nobody answered, so I was not able to speak with anybody there.
After you had completed kind of a walk around trying to locate anyone else, what was the next step in your part of the investigation?
My next step in the investigation, our agency put out a Facebook post in reference to the incident, and we were getting several calls. I was tasked with meeting and interviewing one of the witnesses.
And what witness was that?
Rigoberto Garesta.
And once you met Rigoberto, without telling me what he stated to you, what, if anything, did you do after that interview?
After that interview, it would have been that next morning, we met at the sheriff's office and we divided tasks. And one of my additional tasks were to meet with a business to get surveillance video in reference to the incident.
What business was that?
Energy Metals, Inc.
And did you ultimately collect any video from Energy Metals?
Yes.
Can you tell us where Energy Metals is located?
Can I refer to my notes for the exact address?
Absolutely. Or you don't even need an exact address for the city?
Yeah, it's in Pearland, Texas.
Perfect. And you stated you did obtain video from Energy Metals?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, statement moved to admit states 24 and 25 is a VRA video from Energy Metals.
Objection.
States 24 and 25 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish states 25?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we are on catch up to get caught up to this case. I'm doing what I can to get the audio good. It's a bit of a struggle. But, on Top Mark Media, we are currently following the Brian Koberger restitution hearing, which is going on over on the other channel that is live right now. It's a Zoom meeting with Judge Hibbler.
We get started on this one. I know it's kind of below the play button, but can you see what time and date this is at?
Yes.
What is that?
It's February 5th of 2025, and the time is in military, 14:04 and 37 seconds.
And for those of us who may not be military time savvy, what time is that in Central Standard?
2:04 p.m.
And do you recall what day of the week February 5th would be?
I don't, off of the top of my head.
Does Wednesday sound right?
Yes.
And before we press play, can you tell the jury kind of what are we looking at? What is the viewpoint here?
So this is a surveillance video camera outside of Energy Metals, Inc., which is a business in Pearland. And the surveillance video points to the entrance of the parking lot where employees park.
Okay, we're going to press play on states 25 at 1 minute and 5 seconds. Or sorry, at 5 seconds.
It's windy, and we have a truck and a car.
Detective, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at a black and color Nissan Altima pulling into the parking lot of Energy Metals, Inc.
And do you know who owns that black Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Who does?
Recovery Barista.
And does that corroborate the information you were gaining from Rio?
Yes.
Go ahead and press pause on state 25 at 47 seconds. So after you obtain this video, what is the next thing that you do as part of the investigation?
The next task that I was tasked with was to complete search warrants for Instagram, which is a social media platform, for the witnesses involved in the case.
Is that like a family
Your Honor,
crest
may
or something?
I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
A deer on a green
All right.
shield?
I am approaching you, Detective, with what's been marked as states 27, 30, and 33. Without telling me what they are, will you take a look at these documents and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
I drafted those search warrants.
Okay. And are they a true and accurate depiction of what they purport to be? Have they been altered in any way?
They have not been altered and they are true.
Your Honor, statement moved to admit states 27 through 33.
Objection.
All right, initially you said those exhibits were numbered 27, 30, and 30.
I'm sure did, Your Honor, and you're correct. 27, 30, and 33.
Okay, those
We're
will
in
be
Galveston,
admitted.
Texas.
And you stated that those are 3 search warrants, correct, Detective?
Yes.
Can you tell me who some of the search warrants you drafted were for?
I drafted those for Rigoberto Baresta, Nathan Anderson, and Caitlin Luce.
Did you also do one for Christian Atkins?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move to admit states 26, 25, 28.
We already have 25. Were those the Energy Metal videos? Was there more than one?
You are sure right, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
We just need to keep the numbers.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay.
So, one minute. So I'm going to move to admit states 26, 29, 32, 28, 31, 34, and I will make that other one number 493.
493?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And these would be 3 Instagram search warrants, Your Honor. Nope, I very apologize. I was looking at the wrong thing. If I may start over on my numbers,
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize so much, Judge.
You're going to go over the numbers again? How they
Yes,
work? Okay. let's
because
go
I was
over it.
holding the energy metal.
Okay, let's start again.
Yes, ma'am, I do apologize. Going to move to admit 26, 29, and 32, as well as 28, 31, and 34, which are 3 Instagram returns with their corresponding VRAs.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, states 26, 29, 32, 28, 31, and 34 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm going to replace states 25 so I don't mess that up again.
Okay.
And may I publish the 3 Instagram returns?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I want to start, Detective, with states 28, which is the Instagram return under the screen name Illegal Turtle, which belongs to Rigoberto Garcia. Is that the name that you drafted a search warrant for?
Yes, it was.
And now when you send a search warrant to Instagram, how do they send you back information?
They send the information through a zip file, which is, they send preservations and linked media.
And what they send you back, is it typically a small amount of data or a large amount of data?
It's a very large amount of data.
And is this what you were talking about with that preservation and linked media?
Yes.
And so if you click on any of these items, how big is the document that comes up?
Several pages.
And we say several, are we talking like 5 or 6 or in the thousands?
In the thousands.
Okay. When you go through an Instagram search warrant return, what is the best way that you're able to capture the things that you're looking at?
The best way to capture them are doing snippets, which is basically screenshotting the screen of what you're looking at so you can put them in order and save the conversations.
And is that the second folder we see on the drive?
Yes.
And so just to be clear, this top folder is just screen grabs of what's in the larger folder?
Yes.
Okay. And whose Instagram return is this? Or like we said, it was the Illegal Turtle.
Yes, that's going to be Rigoberto Garcia.
Okay. And so we're going through some of these screenshots, and then just to explain to the jury kind of what we're looking at, what would this mean?
So anytime that you see linked media, it's usually going to refer to a photo or a video.
And what we're seeing in these screenshots is conversations that Rigo is having, is that correct?
Correct.
And I want to move forward to... Alright, a little hard to see. So what date is this screenshot on?
That was taken February 8th, 2025 at 2:09 and 58 seconds.
Okay. And so how long after the discovery of Miss King was this?
The search warrants were, can I refer to my notes when
Absolutely.
I drafted those? So on February 14th, I received the records request in reference to Rigo's Instagram.
Okay. And we said it was on February 7th that we located Mrs. King, is that correct?
Correct.
And so these messages were sent in the days following the location of Mrs. King?
Correct.
Okay. And so through these screenshots that you have pulled, it is Rigoberto talking about giving them a ride, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe this is a death penalty case. Am I correct on that one? Or are they just not seeking it?
And
Texas has the death penalty. It's
Who was
capital
the
murder.
next person that you did a search warrant on?
Nathan Anderson.
Do you recall what his screen name was?
What's my notes? Grimscare?
Is it this kind of name that we see here on states 34?
Yes.
Okay. And so kind of same thing without going through all of it. Would this be the big document of Nathan's?
Yes.
And this would be all the screenshots that you pulled where Nathan is conversing with Aaron and Percy and about this?
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, I know you mentioned a Caitlin Luce, but who was the fourth person that you did an Instagram search warrant on?
The fourth person was Christian Atkins.
And do you recall what his Instagram was?
Chris.Packer12.
And same thing, is this the full return we see on the second folder on States 31, and the screenshots are in States at the top of States 31?
Yes.
Okay. Now, starting here, can you tell me what these two Instagrams are at the top?
So the two Instagrams on the top are going to be the profiles that are having the conversation.
Okay. And do we see, what is the second one?
The second one is Chris.Packer12.
And when does this conversation begin? What is our first date?
The first date is February 5th, 2025 at 16:50 and 51 seconds.
Now, we see this UTC at the back. What is UTC?
That's going to be, again, it's in military time. So if y'all need me to, it's going to be 4:50 and 51 seconds p.m.
So is UTC military time, or is it kind of a universal time that social media uses?
It's universal that social media uses.
Okay. And so is that the accurate time, or does UTC typically mean something different?
It's accurate.
So on February 5th, what does Chris Packer say?
Shit to wear.
And then can you read me what these next two messages are?
Wyoming or a place to crash for the night. Please, we will pay for all food and gas if you take us. We're carrying guns. They are hidden and safe. Please.
And what's the next message?
It's me and my boyfriend. Please, we're getting away from my abusive grandmother or grandma.
And how does Christian respond?
Wyoming is like a day drive. Place to crash for the night, question mark. I have a spare room y'all can use, but how long would y'all need to stay, question mark.
And then we continue, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and tell me what the conversation he's talking about.
My boyfriend will pay $500. Chris.Packer says, where are y'all located? First, I should ask that. I'm in Houston, so I just need to make sure it's all good. South Park Emo says, I'm in Baycliff. Chris.Packer says, okay, that's close. I'll need to clean up some stuff first. So does tonight sound okay, question mark? And it's just till Friday night, right? Question mark. South Park Emo says, can you come as fast as you can? Shit, we will pay another $100. We will help you clean. South Park Emo says, and yeah, just till Friday. Chris.Packer says, well, I'm at work, so it will have to be until I can get off with 5:30 p.m. If I can get off earlier, I will let you know. BTW means, by the way, I live in Leak City.
And as we go, do they continue to kind of have this conversation?
Yes.
All right. And so go ahead and tell us how this conversation continues.
It continues by, hey, if we are available to stay, can we pull up to your job? If so, is there any way we can hide out stuff quickly? Our person we were going to be with until then dropped on us. Chris.Packer says, yeah, you can put it in my Jeep. South Park Emo, bet, what's the address? Chris.Packer says, it's EMI in Pearland. South Park Emo sends an emoji. That is what the purple alien means. South Park Emo asks, Energy Metal Inc, question mark? Chris.Packer said, yeah.
And is that Energy Metals Inc. the same Energy Metals that we spoke about earlier with the surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then go ahead and tell me how we continue.
South Park Emo says 5 minutes away. South Park Emo says, we have a dog named Salem. She's pretty small. We weren't going to bring her, but we couldn't bring ourselves to leave her. We had to take her with us. South Park Emo says, you won't have to worry about her. She never barks or really makes any sound at all. She can stay in the room we're staying in. South Park Emo says, what color Jeep is it? South Park Emo says, we're here. South Park Emo says, we're outside. Chris.Packer says, okay, give me a second. South Park Emo, I got you. Chris.Packer, I'm outside. South Park Emo, coming out of black car. Chris.Packer, I'm off to the side of the front. You should see a white Jeep.
Okay. And do these messages correspond with the video from Energy Metals that we saw?
They do.
And are the rest of these screenshots continued conversation between Christian and South Burkina?
They are.
After you completed these Instagram search warrants, what was the next step that you had in the investigation?
As far as my investigation goes, that was completed after the search warrants that were drafted.
Okay. And I want to go back a little bit just so we know how the Sheriff's Office kind of tackles investigations. Are you the only detective that's assigned to the case?
I am not.
Tell us how that works with the Sheriff's Office. Who gets assigned to a case?
So typically the way that we're assigned to a case, we have on-call weeks. Every 8 weeks we are on call for a whole week from Monday at 8 a.m. to the following Monday at 8 a.m. If anything occurs within that week, then you will be assigned primary on that case. If it is a large case, then other detectives will be assigned to assist you with whatever you may need.
And were you the primary detective on this case?
I was not.
Who was?
Detective Angelica Hudson.
And so were you assigned, as you just described, it's a big case, so you were assigned to help?
Yes.
Nothing further from this witness, Sean.
Right, is there anything?
Ma'am, as part of your investigation, did you look into any of the dynamics involved between Tammy and Tara King?
I did not.
Okay, or any of the dynamics involving my client?
I did not.
Okay. I'll pass witness, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Damon. Thanks, Judge. Please point out witness.
The state of Christian Atkins.
This is most definitely a speedy trial. More great hair. Is there something in the water down in Galveston makes it grow like this? Might have to move.
May I proceed? Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Atkins.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Christian Atkins, Christin, ADK9S.
All right, I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit slower just so that our court reporter can make sure he gets everything that you say, okay?
Okay.
And Christian, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And if I asked you to give a 2-sentence introduction of yourself, what would you tell us?
I don't really care about things.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
Right now I am a phone salesman.
Okay. And is that kind of your life plan, or what do you plan to do?
No, I do have a job in Virginia. I'm just waiting on a call back.
Okay. And so I know you stated you don't really care about things. Is it fair to say you have kind of a laid-back attitude?
Absolutely.
Okay. Where did you grow up, Christian?
I grew up in Angleton, Texas.
Okay. And where did you go to high school?
I went to a lot of different high schools. Family moved a lot.
Okay. At any point, did you go to Dickinson High School?
Yes.
When was it that you went to Dickinson?
Midway through junior year to senior year.
And while you were at Dickinson, or I guess date-wise, what years would that have been?
2022, midway to 2023.
Okay. And what year did you graduate?
2023.
When you moved to Dickinson, did you meet anybody by the name of either Tara King or Uriah Urick?
Yes.
Which one?
Tara King first, and then Urick later.
And did you know them as Tara and Uriah, or did they go by any other names?
No, they just kind of told me this Tara. They didn't really talk that much. They kept it to themselves.
Okay. So you said you met Tara first, correct?
Yes.
When you very first met Tara, what was she like?
She was very quiet. She didn't really talk that much unless you talked to her first. Then she kind of opened up.
Okay. And when you first met her, did she usually hang out with groups of people, or how did she be around others?
When I first met her, it was around the JRTC room, so it was usually groups of people. You know, I didn't usually interact with her first until someone else brought her up or said something about her.
Okay. But was she always friendly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And you said you later met Uriah Urick, correct?
Yes.
And how did you meet Uriah?
I can't really remember, but I know it was in the hallway, walking, and they were together, and I had never seen them before, so I went up and said hi.
And when you say they, who do you mean?
Tara and Uriah.
Okay. And so you said they were together. What was kind of your first interaction or thoughts of Uriah?
Uriah seems like a normal high school teenager, you know, just kind of edgy, but he seemed like a chill dude at the time.
Okay. Did that ever change?
Slowly.
Okay, tell us what you mean.
He seemed to be a bit more on edge, you know, than anything. Slowly, like when I talked to Tara, I wasn't really just talking to Tara. It was more like I was talking to Uriah.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
He would answer for her when I would ever talk to her or anything. And, you know, I started to seldom do that because I didn't really want to deal with it. I had my own problems going on.
And did you notice anything different about their interactions with other people?
No, after I kind of stopped just talking with them, I just kind of moved on my way, kept my head down to the books.
Okay. And so you said it started kind of being he would answer for her, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How often after that did you communicate with either Tara or Uriah?
Not often, maybe like once every 3 or 4 months until, you know, they asked for help on Instagram.
Okay. And did you predominantly talk on Instagram or via text or what?
Instagram.
Okay. And what was your Instagram handle?
Chris.Packer12.
And you said y'all talked every kind of few months, is that fair?
Yeah, maybe I sent a reel or two, but nothing really too strenuous.
Okay. Is it fair to say just kind of social media friends?
Basically.
Okay. After you graduated, had you seen Tara or Uriah until this kind of all came about?
No.
Okay. So I want to bring your attention to February of 2025. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a point that you came into contact with Tara and Uriah?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened?
I was playing on my game and I saw an Instagram post by her that night, and she was asking for a place to stay.
Okay.
I've known what it's like to be homeless, so I reached out. Hey, is everything okay? You know, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what I basically said. And they told me that they were getting away from their abusive grandmother.
Okay. So is offering someone a place to stay something unusual for you?
No, not at all.
Okay. And where was it that you lived at that point?
League City. I lived in the 3rd Street Apartments, apartment 106.
And how many bedrooms was your apartment?
2 bedroom.
And when you had people stay with you, kind of what did that look like?
It looked kind of a lot of things. Isabel Reyes, she used to stay with me before them and then after them as well. She would stay in the spare room. I would sleep in the other room, or we'd sleep in the same room, or someone would be on the couch.
Okay. So you kind of just opened up your home to let people stay with you?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you saw that Tara and Uriah needed a place to stay, you offered?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, once you offered, did they ultimately come stay with you?
I'm sorry, what?
Did they ultimately come stay with you?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that? How did they get to you?
So I was at work and they were asking if I could pick them up that night. I told them I had to get off work first. I was working at EMI at the time.
Where is EMI?
It's in Pearland.
Okay.
And someone dropped them off, and I went out there and got to them and put them on my truck and told them, you know, I'm going to keep the windows down, but I got to get back to work.
What kind of vehicle did you drive at the time?
2015 Jeep Wrangler.
What color was it?
White.
Okay. Did it have any kind of unique features?
Yes, at the time, the handles and little, I want to say aesthetics were green.
Okay.
They're blue now.
Gotcha. And so you said you let them in your vehicle and then you went back to work.
Yes.
About what time did you get off that day?
Around 6 o'clock, 6:30.
Once you got off, or I guess let me back up. When you first made contact with them that day, how did they seem?
They seemed very, you know, chill. You know, they were just like, we're over it, we're just trying to get home or get somewhere we can rest.
And what all did Tara and Uriah have with them?
They had, I think, like 3 or 4 bags. They had a long bag, I assume with the rifles in it, and then their dog Salem, or Lily James now.
And so you put them in your car. When you got back to them, were they still kind of the same when you got back to them after work, or had they been different at all?
They were a little twitchy, but I guess they were just restless because they'd been in the car for about 3 or 4 hours at that time, so I got it. Nothing really strange to me.
Okay. So a little twitchy, but you thought they were just restless.
Mm-hmm.
So once you got off, where did y'all go?
I think I grabbed them some food from McDonald's, and then we went home, or to my place. I helped them unpack, showed them around the place, showed them where the room would be, gave them a couple blankets, and said goodnight, and then I went into my room.
Okay. Did you talk to either of them anymore that night?
Other than the occasional, like, hey, are y'all doing okay? Y'all feeling good? You know, just trying to make sure they're comfortable. It wasn't until I was playing my game and my dog, I don't know what he did, but I had to give him a bath, and Uriah helped me with that.
And in the times that you're communicating with Uriah, what is he saying to you?
He's more concerned about just making sure not a lot of people come around. You know, he was telling me Tara was taking it pretty hard. She was having, you know, pretty anxiety attacks, he would say, you know, every now and then. I said, okay, I'll make sure, you know, that it stays calm. I won't yell in my game because I'm no prone to do that. And they were just, I guess at this point they were starting to get a bit paranoid, but I just thought it was just jitters because of the story they told me about their abusive grandmother.
Okay. And so what had Uriah told you about the grandmother?
That she didn't approve of his and hers relationship, and that she was hating Tara, and that...
sorry, just to clarify, did you say hating or hitting?
Hitting.
Hitting, okay.
Tara, and they just needed to, you know, they didn't want to be there anymore.
Okay. And did he say that anything had happened to the grandma, or that they had just left?
They just left. They didn't tell me anything.
Okay. And a minute ago you stated that they had long bags with the rifles, is what you said.
Yes.
What all did they have with them that you saw?
They had an AR-15 chambered in 9mm. It was like a customized switch. They had a couple pistols. One was like a showman gun.
An AR chambered in 9? Ooh.
Then they had some long other rifle. I can't remember what it was.
So is it fair to say that they had quite a few guns with them?
Yes,
okay.
quite a few.
Did you think anything of that?
No, because I own guns, so I wasn't. It's Texas, you know, everybody has a gun.
So it didn't really strike you as anything at that point?
Not at all.
That's the truth.
Okay. You said that as time went on, it felt like they were starting to get more paranoid.
Yes.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Thursday is a good example. I went to work. I think it was around 3 o'clock. They were blowing up my phone saying cops were at the door or somebody was at the door looking for me, which I thought was weird because I'm like, I don't owe anybody money or anything. You know, the apartment manager, if they come by, they let me know. So it was kind of weird. And they kept blowing up my phone, and so I told my boss, hey, something happened at home. I really gotta get home. And so I got up early. And I go off, and they were telling me cops were like stacking down the line or whatever. I was like, what are you talking about? So I go over there, and it turns out it was absolutely nothing. There was no cops, nobody. And I asked neighbors, hey, did you see anything? Just to check, make sure. They were like, no. So I was pretty upset because, you know, I only get so many hours a week, and I can barely make those hours as it goes. So I was upset because I lost some money and that they called me for no reason.
Okay. What did you ever learn? Did they tell you why they thought the cops were there, or did they make it up, or what did
they told me someone was banging on the door.
Okay. And did you ever get any confirmation that ever happened?
I asked the next door neighbors. They said no, we didn't hear anybody. So I was like, all right, they're just being paranoid.
And so Thursday, you said you came home early. What, if anything, did y'all do Thursday night?
Thursday night, they ordered some DoorDash. They had me go grab it for them because they said they didn't want to go out. I told them fine. You know, I was just cleaning up the house as it is. And then I started playing my game, my boy Demi. And then they did it again, telling me someone was knocking at the door, and I thought it was strange because my dogs usually bark like crazy when someone knocks. And I had 2 pit bulls and a husky, so I would have heard something. So I left to go check again, and there was nobody at the door.
Okay. What were you thinking at this point?
Starting to think that they just needed to chill out. You know, maybe they needed to get out, you know, walk around, just, you know, cabin fever type stuff, you know, because my thought process at the time is since they're, you know, she's gone through this abusive relationship, she's just scared, you know, she has a lot of anxiety, and I can stack up over time. I used to have a lot of anxiety myself.
So is it fair to say you were giving them the benefit of the doubt?
Absolutely. I believe in the best in everybody until they prove me otherwise.
Did y'all go anywhere Thursday night?
Yes, we went to Walmart.
Okay. Why did y'all go to Walmart?
They said they had to grab a couple things. I had to grab some dog food and some food for myself. I think they grabbed some hair dye there.
Okay. Why do you think that?
They dyed their hair.
And so, did y'all go back to your house Thursday night?
Yes, we went to CVS real quick because I had to grab something else. They didn't have at the Walmart, neighborhood Walmart, and then we went back to my place.
Okay, and you said that they dyed their hair, correct?
Yes, they tried to.
Okay, tell me a little bit about that. What did you see?
I didn't really see much. They told me, hey, we're just going to dye hair. I was like, okay, cool. I mean, I did my hair. I used to have a mohawk with multiple colors, so I know a bit about that. So I was like, okay, just use my bathroom, clean up your mess. I don't mind.
Okay, and what is the next thing that occurred?
I went to sleep. After a couple more games, I went to sleep with my dogs. Everything seemed kind of to mellow out. I was like, okay, they just needed to get outside real quick. And then I wake up, I go to work, do my whole routine, and...
I'm going to interrupt for a second, just for clarity. So now this is on Friday, correct?
Yes, this is on Friday.
And this would be Friday, February 7th?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I get up, do my whole routine, tell them, hey, I'm going to work, if you need anything, just let me know. And I walk my dogs up, and I go out the door. It wasn't until like 11 o'clock in the morning that they started blowing up my phone again. And I told them, hey, just chill out. I can't get off work early. My boss, he's kind of upset already that I got off early. So, they need me here. So when I get done, I'll do what y'all need me to do. Then 3 o'clock hits, and they start blowing up my phone again. And I tell them, like, hey, man, that's cool, and all y'all need to get, I'm going to do it for y'all, because one, y'all paying me, so...
When you say you're going to do it for y'all, what are you going to do?
They were talking about taking them somewhere else, I think Wyoming or Idaho. And I told them I would, as long as they paid me, because gas is expensive. And at that point in time, I had to tell them, like, hey, I already told you I was going to do it. I need to finish work because I have to take care of my responsibilities.
Sure. And when they said they were going to pay you, what were they going to pay you?
They were going to pay me in cash again.
Okay.
They offered their guns, but I didn't need them, and I said no.
Okay. So you said cash again. Had they already paid you in cash?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
They paid me about $400. They didn't have the $500. I said that's fine. That's more than enough.
And what was that for?
Just letting them stay there.
Okay. So they paid you $400 cash to stay at your place, and then they were going to pay you again to drive them?
Yes.
Okay. And you said they also offered to pay you in guns.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So they offered to pay me in one of their pistols and whatnot. I already had a pistol and a shotgun, so I told them no. I don't need it, and plus, never really take anything that's free, especially firearms.
All right. And so this is about 3 o'clock on Friday, and you're telling them, I already said I'm going to take you. I got to handle my stuff first, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At this point, would you say they are still getting more paranoid or about the same?
I think they're extremely paranoid. I think it's certainly starting to ramp up. They sent me a picture of something and then unsent it. I don't know what it was, but it started having me think, like, what's going on?
So at this point, you said is this when you start to have some red flags?
Yes.
Okay. What time do you get off on Friday?
I got off around 6:30, 7 o'clock. It was a late Friday.
Okay. And what do you do once you get off?
I go to the convenience store, I grab some beer, grab a vape, and then I head back home. And then I get home and they're gone.
Okay. Is everything that they had gone, or is there anything still at your place?
But there's quite a bit left. They got some towels and clothes left, trash. They still had their hair in the sink, and dye stuff around the counters. It was a mess.
Okay. And did they leave anything else besides kind of the trash?
Yes, I checked some closets and they left a bag with firearms in it.
Okay. Do you recall how many?
2, I think.
Okay. And there was a bag in a closet?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, do you reach out to them?
Yeah, I asked them, hey, what's going on? Where'd y'all go? They told me, hey, sorry, we had to leave, this and that. And I'm like, okay. And I go outside and check if they left anything else. And then I find their dog, Salem.
Okay.
And I reach out again, hey, you left your dog. they told me, oh, don't worry, we couldn't take him, something about him running away from her or whatever, and that she'd be safe with me. I had 3 dogs, like, I can't take her.
So ultimately, what happened to Salem?
The neighbors, the Pattersons or whatever, Paxtons, I can't remember the name, they eventually took her in with her and her Bowser and whatnot. They were very kind, so I knew they'd be safe with her.
Is that why earlier you referred to Salem as also Willie J's?
Yes.
Okay. So Salem was adopted by your neighbor?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, Christian, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 35 through 61. Will you please look at these documents? Don't tell me what they are, but tell me if you recognize them.
Those are my...
Don't tell me what they are. Do you recognize them?
Oh, yes.
Okay. How do you recognize them?
What do you mean now?
So, do you recognize anything on here, or did you create this screenshot, or...
I made the screenshot.
Okay.
Just sent to Bernard.
Okay. And so is that the same for all of these documents?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And a second ago you said to send to Bernard. Who's Bernard?
Detective Bernard?
Okay. So these are all screenshots that you created?
Yes.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your
I
Honor,
don't know how to do that.
Your Honor, statement is to admit states 35 through 61, having previously attended your opposing counsel.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, states 35 through 61 will be admitted.
And may I publish the jury verdict? All right. Christian, not necessarily what's being said, but what are we looking at here? What is this a picture of?
A conversation between me and, I think I was talking to either Tara or Uriah.
Is it fair to say they kind of interchangeably would message you from the same account?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the name at the very top in the green?
That's my girlfriend.
Okay. And what does that green line mean?
That means I'm on a call on Instagram with her.
Okay, so while you're taking these screenshots, you were on the call with the girlfriend?
Yes, I was letting her know everything was happening.
Okay, and so that green line isn't a part of the conversation?
Not at all.
Okay. What is the next name that we see?
Eron, South Park, email.
And you said this is the account you would get messages from Tara and Uriah from?
Yes.
Okay. So what side of this conversation would be coming from your phone?
The purplish blue ones.
Okay, and what side of the conversation would be coming from Tara and Uriah?
The black and white.
And so, is it fair to say y'all had kind of a long conversation over the course of a few days?
Yes, absolutely.
And is that what's depicted in states 35 through 36? That I just showed you, all these pictures?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I want to move forward to Thursday. So on Thursday, are you able to tell us what time it is you'll start messaging on Thursday?
It says 1:27 p.m.
Okay, and where were you at 1:27 p.m. on Thursday?
At work.
Okay. And so go ahead and tell me what's the first message you get from them?
They were just asking what the address is for my place to get something delivered to them.
Okay, and then what's that next question?
They're asking if I got a vape from the corner store.
Is that what Nick means?
Yes.
Okay, is that short for?
Nicotine.
Okay, and so that to you was you getting them a vape?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, what did you tell them at this point?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You're fine. What did you tell them at this point? What's your last message?
Oh, I told them, like, you didn't give me money, you know, so I didn't grab it. I grabbed one for me, but not for you.
Okay. And I see that conversation continues in states 41. Can you go ahead and kind of read that conversation for me?
We have money on Cash App. I can send you 25, however much it is. Where are you? I asked if they were Zelle because I didn't have Cash App at the time. Where are you at work? And I put some exclamations that would be like, I already told you this. What would happen if what would we do if the cops came? And then they asked my name, Chris, because I hadn't responded to them because I was at work.
Okay.
I told them I don't know. I'd probably just tell them that I don't consent to enter my house because it's mine, not theirs. Again, I didn't know they were on a, run at this point, so basic civil laws. to my knowledge.
So ultimately, it sounds like you're saying you don't give anyone consent to come to your house.
Yes.
Okay. And we see that conversation continues on states 42. Will you keep reading for me?
Think you should come home, please. I say, why? What's wrong? Are the cops there? Like, what's going on? We don't know, but loud knocking. Like, a lot of knocking, I'm confused. Do y'all know if it's the police or not? Because it's not that I'm not coming home unless it's the police, because there's no reason. Then they said, we don't know, we're scared to find out. Percy said, it probably is. I told him, listen, I have work, I'll just sit tight until then. And y'all sure it's coming from my house? Y'all sure it's not the neighbors next door?
And go ahead and keep going for it since stage 43.
They began to proceed, yes, we are sure. Again, okay, just wait until I get home, work, and it's still continuing to knock. Yes, it's still continuing. Can y'all check if it's the police or not? Look through the people, please. Percy did, it's cops. Why? Okay, I'm coming home. I don't know, maybe someone heard us talking about guns or messing with them. Okay, I'm coming home.
And then go ahead and face 44.
They called me real quick. Just to hear. I didn't hear anything. And then I just tell them, keep me posted. I'm on my way. And then with the second one, they said more knocking. I just said, okay.
And in states 45, what's that?
More knocking, okay. Hey, listen.
Sorry, I'm going to represent right before that. What's the audio call?
It's still the same. That's when they called me real quick. I was asking them if I could hear anything because I didn't really want to leave work for nothing. I couldn't hear anything, but also they were in the spare room I gave them, so I was like, okay.
And what time on Thursday was that?
2:59 p.m. Or 2:58 to 2:59.
Okay. And then go ahead and continue.
More knocking, okay. Please try to hurry as quick as you can. I said, hey, listen, I know your boyfriend has his like things and stuff for owning all the guns and whatnot. They told me they had permits and whatnot for it.
No, pause real quick. Two things. One, we're talking a little fast again, if we can slow it down. And two, so what did Uriah tell you about the guns?
He told me he had permits for them and license to carry and whatnot. I said, okay, cool. This is what that explained here.
Okay, so he told you he had permits and a license to carry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so go ahead and continue.
He said, hey, listen, I know your boyfriend has his things and stuff, like owning for all the guns. If they try to search the place and all the guns are his, okay, and I'm driving as quickly as I lawfully can, because I was not going to speed. I already have plenty of speeding tickets.
And then what did it say next?
They just said, thank you, footsteps at the door, the front door, I'm panicking, where are you?
And then 46, is this about the time that you get home?
Yes. I told them I'll be home in 10 minutes. Where are you now? I'm home. Thank God. We're going outside. What's going on outside? They're here still. Are you inside? Can we set up the PS4?
I'm gonna pause you real quick. It looks like that's later. So after you get home, where are Uriah and Tara?
They're in the room.
In the spare room?
Yes.
Okay. And how do they seem when you get home?
They seem very, I want to say distraught, that's not really the right word for it, but they seem very panicked.
And then Thursday night, what we see in the bottom of 46, 47, and 48.
Oh, nice. We get the sloth.
Is that kind of just continuing as usual in that DoorDash pickup that we talked about? So
Yes.
here's in 49.
Yes.
Okay. And you said everything was kind of normal again until Friday, correct?
Yes.
And so when you took these screenshots, what day was it that you took these screenshots?
That Saturday,
Okay.
I called it.
So Saturday, what would have yesterday been?
Friday.
Okay. So in these screenshots where it says yesterday, that would be Friday, February 7th.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to start at the bottom because you said they contacted you sometime after lunch on Friday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead and tell me, starting at that yesterday, that second portion, what time was that?
8:29 a.m.
Okay. And so that's in the morning.
Yes.
And then what's the next thing that occurs?
Are you at work already? I leave for work at 6:30, so yes. Oh, okay.
And will you make sure you're talking to the microphone?
Oh, okay.
And then what's that next timestamp?
1:56 p.m.
Okay.
Percy says, hurry if you can. I said, if I can, I will.
Okay.
Then it's,
We continue at 6:54.
okay, is there any way you can get here quicker? I will ask my boss, but they need me right now. I will try. Okay, I'm gonna leave right now. So I'm pretty important. I will try, but I'm also using up a lot of PTO for the drive. I will try, okay. I know you are going through it right now, but I'm doing my best.
And you talk about the drive. What drive are you talking about?
The drive that take them to either Idaho or Wyoming.
Okay. And go ahead, what's the next thing that they take you?
I just told them, they asked me to check my cameras. I had cameras in the living room.
They're paranoid.
State 55.
They said, check fast, please. We heard the door rattling. And then they said, okay, we're okay. And then they kept replying to themselves, what did you see? Police sirens. It's okay, no one's there. And the dog went rattling the door. Because my dogs do go up the door and try to knock the lock off to try to get into the living room.
Okay. And so, is this what you're talking about on Friday when you said they were starting to get paranoid again?
Yes.
And does it continue to escalate from here?
Yes. Then this is what they say. Come home, please, please. I can't. It's still way too busy for me to leave. I'm sorry. It's okay. Hurry as fast as you possibly can. We're back in. There's a fuck ton of cops at my actual house. This is where I'm starting to get a lot of red flags right now.
Okay.
Chris begging, please. They send out pictures of missing person stuff. Chris, now please come home. Please, we'll do anything. We'll give you $1,000. And so,
go ahead. What were you saying?
At this point, I'm just kind of like, I started to get annoyed at the point. I said, okay, I promise I'll get you over there.
Okay.
They said, thank you. Are you able to go at 4:30? Please said this. No, but sure for 5.
Okay, go ahead, keep going.
Rush as fast as you can when you get off. Let us know as soon as you're on the way. Yo, Chris. Yes, Chris, where are you? Holy shit, bro. I'm still at work. It's busy, okay? I'm leaving now, though. Like, I get it, y'all. Sterns are... I was just angry typing.
Okay.
So that's kind of gibberish right there, but stop begging. And stop being so fucking paranoid. Excuse my language.
And so, is this when you're saying you're kind of got angry about it?
I was over it.
Okay. And then we see states 58 later that day. What kind of happening here?
I told them, at this point in time, I told them, you're more than welcome to stay for another 300. I don't mind, but I'm tired to drive right now. I had got off way later than I thought I was, and I was extremely exhausted. And then when I came home, and then this is where we're already pretty far out. I'm sorry, please find a good place for Salem. I hate we had to leave her, but I couldn't just chase after her and make sure she's safe if you have her. I told him, sure.
Okay. And at this point, had you seen anything on, this is Friday night, have you seen anything on social media at this point?
No, I kind of got back on my game. Me and Debbie played a couple matches. I drank and then went to sleep.
Okay. And so we see, what time is the next messages between you and Tara and Uriah?
What is his game?
This was me trying to get them to respond after in the previous morning I called Detective Bernard or the police and they came over.
So, and that was on Saturday, you said?
Yes, Saturday.
So what made you contact the police?
I was checking the weather and I had the news article popped up on Google. In the local news and whatnot, and I saw their faces.
Anything on the news said, okay, but you saw their faces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so you contacted the police.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened after you contacted the police?
They told me to wait like 15, 20 minutes. They're just sending people
Stop
out.
real quick. Make sure not to tell me what anybody else says, okay? like any officers or anyone else. You
Oh, okay,
tell
okay.
me what Uriah says, but not what anyone else says.
Okay.
Okay. So you made contact with the police. What were they going to do?
What do you mean?
Were they going to come to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And did the police come to your house?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And you said you were trying to make contact with Tara and Uriah that morning, correct?
Yes.
And did you make contact with them that morning?
No.
And we see kind of at the bottom that it looks like you start sending them some pictures. Is that correct? And go back. Right here at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. And are those the pictures we see in states 59?
Yes.
That is a
Okay, where
rigor
is
Mark.
that?
Mark.
That is on
Match barrel
my
stainless.
bed.
22.
And where did you locate that?
Nice little.
What do you mean, like where I found it?
Yes.
Target shooting.
I found it in their room.
Is that in that same closet you were talking about?
Yes.
Is that what we're also looking at in state 60?
Yes.
And the same as state 61?
Yes.
Okay, so all of these firearms were in the closet in their room.
Yes.
You said that the police came to your house. What did the police do at your house?
They searched the place, I gave consent, and they took everything they could take for evidence and whatnot.
Okay. And you stated you also gave those screenshots to Detective Bernard, correct?
Yes, I did.
You are my approach? Yes. So you stated you gave consent, correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state 62 and 63. Without telling us what it is, do you recognize these two documents?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize them?
They're documents I signed when he searched the house.
Okay, so do you observe your signature on these documents?
Yes, I did.
And have they been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, statements to admit state 62 and 63, hindering to opposing counsel.
No objection.
62 and 63 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
All right, Christian, what we see here in state 62, what is this?
I guess a document stating that I gave consent to search my house.
Is this on your house or your phone?
I think this is, it says electronic device, cell phone. This is my electronic device.
Okay, and then can you read us what we say on this line right here? In the writing.
Taking photos of messages, photos of, can't really read the second part, not leaving custody of phone.
Okay, and is that why we have screenshots from the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And then in state 63, is this the consent to the house you were talking about?
Yes, at first it was just my house, but then later it was my car as well.
Okay, and so you were fine with them coming in to take whatever they needed for their investigation?
Absolutely.
And so once you contacted the police, did you cooperate with them fully and tell them everything that you've told us here today?
Yes.
And you provided them with all the documentation that you've also given us here today?
Yes.
After you made contact with the police and they searched your home, did you have any further contact with Tara or Uriah?
No, I wouldn't when I tried to, but to no avail.
Okay, so you'd reach out to them again, but still no answers?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I'll pass this witness.
I'm ready to, thank you. Sir, my name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick, who's sitting here to my right. Did you have any knowledge of the relationship between Tara and her grandmother, who is Tammy King?
Other than what they told me, no.
Okay, but what they indicated to you was that it was an abusive relationship, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have any reason to not believe that?
No.
Okay. Now, how well did you indicated that you used to have a better relationship with Tara than you did sort of towards the end, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk about things like that involving your families or anything when you had a better relationship with her?
No.
Okay. So that just never came up then?
No, not at all.
Okay. Were the guns all taken into custody by the sheriff's department as well? I assume that they were.
I wouldn't really know. They didn't really tell me anything about that.
But they didn't leave them at your apartment, did they?
Yes.
They did leave the guns that they left at your apartment?
You talking about the detectives?
Yes.
Oh, no, they took those.
Okay, that's what I was getting at.
Okay.
any idea who got him?
What do you mean?
Who picked up Uriah and Tara?
No.
Okay. You had no idea where they were going?
Nope.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
Nothing other than thank you, sir. You may step down. I'll be next witness.
The state called Terry Ayden, Your Honor.
Judge.
Yes, go to the bathroom break. All right,
All last motion.
Thank you.
All right. Bathroom break.
Court stands in recess for a short break.
I'm gonna rest our ears just for a second. And while we're resting our ears, we're gonna play a song because we can. Let's see. Save that. Give me a second to have it download so you can see the lyrics. All right, give it a second here. Count the bathroom breaks. I think we're going to count the fabulous hair wherever we observe it. Like for each witness that takes a stand, if they take the stand once, if they come back and take the stand again, that's the second time. We're not doing like camera shots back on the screen, count it again like that. I'm done counting up to 1,000, right? All right. Let's see. Let me open this up over here. Not sure if y'all can see this. Can you see that? There we go. We've got a song. From, it's called Boys of Galveston.
Down in Galveston, where the Gulf winds roll, the boys strut by with hair like midnight coal. Long curls dancing, wild and free. Instagram filters can't match what you see. Oh, the boys of Galveston, they don't give a damn. With their rifles in the trucks and a beer in hand. Dark girls shining under courtroom lights when they testify. Oh, it's a sight. They'll stand in court, a witness to the scene. Hair flowing like a preacher's dream. Sworn in, hands raised, but their minds drift away, oblivious to the crimes that pass every day. Red flags wave like banners in the breeze, but they just laugh, saying life's a tease. Oh, the boys of Galveston, they don't give a damn. With their rifles in the trucks and a beer in hand. Dark curls shining under courtroom lights when they testify. Oh, it's a sight. The world could burn and they'd still pose. Hashtags ready in their Sunday clothes. Bullets and waves crash just the same in Galveston. Life's just a carefree game.
There we go. Fresh from the studio. Boys of Galveston. Repping that the long flowing hair. right. So now we have to go back to court, which is probably going to start here in just a minute. They just had a little bathroom break. So that song is Boys of Galveston is published on our Suno playlist, so you can find it with all the other great hits. And they just get better and better. The hits just keep coming. It's like a good boxing match. So, all right. Next stop, Country Music Awards. They called. I was busy, so not going to happen. All right. We have a couple things. I know we've got another court we're going to watch for because we've got like things happening up here in courtroom 3 with. And that's going to be happening maybe in an hour, about an hour. That's a plea deal we need to hear. We need to watch. So we're going to be recording that one, saving that for later. And I think we need lunch. Real government name. I think you're onto something there. Because we are playing catch up, we can pause. And we can pause and come back in just a moment. Skip the breaks. Let's take a quick lunch, or is it courtroom 4? I don't know, but I think I'm in the right one. Josh, just for your record, I'm recording this courtroom. If it's not the right one, let me know. Lunch, or I'm calling for 1,000 hellos. We're taking lunch right now. That's what we're going to do. I recognize a mutiny among the mods when I see one. So, all right. We're going to go to lunch. When we come back, we're going to continue our case. We're actually on day 2. We're playing catch-up in the Texas versus Urick case. Not the smartest criminals we've ever seen. Allegedly. But, We'll make a portal. Oh, I almost just ended the stream right there.
Saw a chicken fight.
I can't make a portal actually because I need to make a thumbnail and I can't copy one.
Hello.
I'll make one and then I'll go back and fix it. How about that?
Hello.
We're just going to call it part 1, part 2. Let's see, live chat, subscribers only, turn off reactions. And make it visible. Hello. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. That gives you 40 minutes for lunch. I am in the correct room. Yes, I am. Thank you. I've got it. It's recording. The hot button is live, so we're good there. We'll get that one. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We'll continue this case. You guys, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again at 2 o'clock. And I'll build a portal if you hold on. It's just going to take a second. I'm just going to fade away here and just keep working on the portal. Just don't go anywhere. Hang on. Wait for it. Keep waiting. Okay, we got the new one built. Making the portal right now.
Because he's the guy.
Making the link. Don't have a thumbnail yet, but it's there. And we're done. Okay, see you guys on the other side.